Hello, hello. I am here. Wait, what day is today? Thursday, right? Yeah, today's Thursday. I was like, I should know this considering I'm the one who's streaming and I'm streaming on a schedule. But like, it's more, I remember the days based on like a pattern. Like, oh, I didn't stream yesterday, therefore I stream today. And oh, it's one day till the weekend, which then I stream on. And like, I don't really think about which day. And then so I'm like, then when I have to say it, I'm like, oh, what day is it? Anyway, I hope everyone's doing well. This is what I did last stream. I was happy with it. The snail, although I don't like how I did the lighting on this. Also, why is it so pixelated? Was it really this low resolution last stream? I don't know. But anyway, I don't like how I did the shine on this. I could have paid attention to the form a bit more and made it more realistic. I'm better than that, I think. Instead, I just did like a solid shape. But I like it overall. My only... Is it weird to say I think there's too much contrast in this? Like, I wish there would have been additional, like, maybe not additional color, but something. Maybe like a purple or something to, like, take the punch out of it. Just a touch. Like, if there's a bit of, like, purple or something in here, like purple grays. I don't know. Obviously, I'm not going to actually do that today. Yeah, like, yeah, small weeds or just, yeah, I'm not going to work on it more today, but just something to like lessen the harshness of the red. Like, I know red green is contrasty, but like there's so much, the contrast is so extreme because this is pure red and everything else is like literal green, like not gray, right? It's one thing if you have like a gray or something that feels like purple, right? Like this is gray, right? And actually this is even more gray. But even that feels less harsh, right? That feels a heck of a lot less harsh than that red. Anyway, because it obviously stands out, and we were kind of touched on that last stream, where just because something is so like intense, like it's oftentimes like it's easy to ignore like the more subtle things because you don't need to, because it's, you know. And anyway. Like, what? Yeah. So, that's, Also, hi, Void Teddy, how's it going? So, yeah, anyway, I'm gonna start a new painting, or, you know, start some thumbnail sketches, just start doodling, and see where it takes me. It's funny how this looks so gray, and against this, oops, that same color over here looks so, like, purplish and warm. Like, look how warm this feels, compared to this, which is just a harsh gray. Anyway, color relativity, folks. Amazing, isn't it? Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna start with a little bit of chaos. So I'm gonna go through some brushes that I haven't used in a long time. I'm just gonna start making shapes, put colors on here. So, these are all smudge brushes, apparently. Hi, I like your streams because you do nice backgrounds and also helps with depth in drawing. Oh, I'm glad you find them useful. That means a lot. Reed Kreiner, how's it going? Hello, hello. Also, what is happening here? I have a little sliver. Look at that. I had a little sliver that's not colored to the background. I don't know how that happened. I guess I must have taken this and dragged my canvas. Anyway. But yeah, no, that makes me happy that you find value from these streams. I mostly am like playing around, but I am always happy to you know, explain anything. I obviously there's, you know, I stream for a lot, you know, multiple days a week for long periods of time, so it's very easy to get into like a very repetitive nature in terms of what I say. So sometimes I'll just like not talk about certain things for a while because I've talked about them so much, but that's not to say that I don't want to talk about them, right? So if you do have any questions, please ask. I can't always anticipate what everybody, especially when there's new people coming in fairly regularly who may never have been here and they might have a question or be curious about something that maybe I've talked about in the past, but I would never know to bring it up unless it's asked. Hello, Raychiana and Skittle and Recriner. Did I say hi, Recriner? Hi, Recriner. You shall be leaving in 45 minutes. Hey, that's a long time of being here. Happy Tuesday. It's not Tuesday. Wait, no, it's Thursday. Yep. Skittle, it is Thursday. I did forget which day it was, though, at first. I maybe not forget. I just didn't know. I had to think. I had to, like, I don't know. Days all blend together. Yep. Time is hard. But no, it is Thursday, and on Saturday, so in 2 days from now, we are doing a sketch exchange. So an event where everybody who wants to participate, anyone can join, by the way. Also, this brush is wild. Anyone can join. It's basically an event where you come up with a sketch prompt idea, and then we shuffle them up, and then everybody sketches one person will sketch your idea, you'll sketch somebody else's idea, and everybody's sketching randomly. That's happening next Saturday, or this coming Saturday, I should say. I don't know how you phrase that properly. But yeah, that's happening very soon, and everyone is welcome. The way you join is, I don't know if this link works. Let me try. Let me know if that link works. It should work. If you want, or if you're already in my Discord. Let's see if, wait, is it the same as my Discord link? It should be. If it's not, then, okay, it is. Yeah, so basically to join I haven't opened up the channel yet. That's fine. You don't need to be there yet. You can join the Discord, but the channel, the Discord server's open, but not the Sketch Exchange channel. Although I did make it, and you guys should be able to see it. You just shouldn't be able to post it yet. I was gonna hold off for a bit. I should probably open it up today. But basically, I just don't want people to sign up too early because of the one-to-one nature of the sketch event, right? We're not all sketching the same thing. I don't want people to join and not participate because then somebody's sketch won't be sketched, and so like somebody will be like, I never saw anybody draw my prompt, right? And like that's annoying. Like I want it so everybody who joins can see their prompt be made by someone else, and everybody who draws, like everybody who does art also kind of gets their own prompt drawn by somebody else. So that I just don't want to open up too early because sometimes people's schedules and people forget, especially if they're not regulars and they aren't used to being here all the time. Also, what is happening? I'm just picking random colors and random brushes. But I think I'm stuck in a lot of, I was stuck in like a blending mode brush pack. This is a weird brush. I don't think I like that. That makes me think of like bacteria or something. Hey, Commissar Skull, how's it going? These give me like little like mold. Doesn't this look like a mold? With like the little lines around it. I don't know. Makes me think of mold. I mean, it's kind of cool. It also kind of works for like trees. And this is I don't have a big idea yet for this or anything. I'm just trying out different brushes, making chaos on the canvas. Seeing what works. Maybe there's a shape or a color. It's really cool. It is a weird brush. I don't know how I would ever use it. Maybe for like silhouettes of trees, if you wanted a very graphical way of doing it, you can make some like almost like, I don't know, it's very weird. But it is cool. Okay, next brush. What's this brush do? Also, is this clouds? I don't think I have stamp brush. Oh, that does look like clouds. I'm normally not a big fan of cloud brushes and brushes like this. I think they're fine early to use, and they're fine throughout if you like custom make them. I know like Devin Ellie Kurtz does this, or Devin L. Kurtz, and these are actually this is her brush, these cloud brushes. But she has like an entire set of different clouds. So she uses like, and she makes them all new, like for everything she paints. So it's kind of, I feel like it's different. I don't know. I've never been a big fan of stamp brushes. Unless you have a reason, which I think early in a painting is a great reason. Or if you want to make your own and add like a variety. They definitely speed things up though. Also, what is this? What is this brush? Help. Somebody help. I don't know what this brush does. Is it clouds? What is it? What am I looking at? It's like a very strange, hard to control. Maybe like hair strands? Is that what this is supposed to be? Like strands of braided, twirly hair? Reflections in a water. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. Oh, I could see. Oh, I think you're right. Also, it's very pixelated. But yeah, I think you're right. I think it is. That might actually be what it's intended as. Maybe. Yeah, I could see that. Anyway, I don't quite like what's going on here, but it's something. It does. It definitely looks like reflections in water. So a lot of these, it says flat cloud line though. So it literally is named cloud. So I don't know. I guess just near the horizon. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not gonna play around with those brushes too much. Just kind of messing around. Maybe add some, I don't know, some bluish colors down below. Some dark. Is this a blending brush? I can't tell. No, it has. Oh, it has the flow on it, I think. Yeah. So it has like the. Ooh, this is gonna be a very soft brush, but it has flow kind of. So like the more that I paint, the more it builds up and becomes darker. But then it also just goes towards black. Oh, I guess it is black. I don't know. This brush is weird. It's kind of cool, though, if you want to do, like, gradients. Like, put in a bunch of dark foreground. A lot of strange stuff. Anyway. Any suggestions today? I don't want to take a ton of suggestions, but, like, I don't know. I don't know what to paint. I'm sure I'll figure something out. This first one, though, I'm just gonna go with the flow. Cats. Okay, we can add it. Whatever we draw, we'll add a cat or two. I'm just making shapes. Making shapes. Skittle, I liked your newest artwork. Speaking of cats. Is there a prompt for today? Nope. No prompt for today. I am just kind of noodling around. I'm happy to take some suggestions or some ideas, but I don't know if I'm going to sketch all of them. I'm kind of... I don't know. I don't really have much of a plan other than come up with something. I think a lot of times during stream, a hard thing, like... Something that I've always struggled with, not just on stream, but just in general, is like, what do I do? Like, I like the skill of painting, and I like working on that skill, but I also don't always have a ton of ideas like, oh, I'm just itching to get this out of my brain. But that being said, I think I'm not alone here. And I think it's a good... I think there's some value in painting things, coming up with an idea when you don't otherwise have any ideas, and sort of doing that exercise of like, let's figure something out, you know? And so, in some ways, I don't mind not knowing what to paint. It's obviously a weird feeling. It's a blue swamp. It does look like a blue swamp. But I don't know if I want it to stay a blue swamp, because I paint a lot of swamps, and that's kind of boring. And obviously, there's nothing wrong with swamps or blue swamps, but sometimes yeah. But anyway, so I think it's good to show, like, sort of a messy process and how you can ideate and come up with ideas. How about a fishing boat in a rough, stormy sea? Ooh, that actually... I like that, maybe. Stormy sea? Let me write that down. Stormy sea plus boat. Okay, this is a hard brush to write with. It's very pixely, but that's okay. Swamps are pretty. They are. Swamps are great, but I might still do a swamp. Yeah, I don't want to jump straight into it because this is already very similar to stuff that I've painted in the past. And, you know, I think part of the fun of not knowing what you want to paint is to try and explore an idea a little bit and, like, not jump to the first thing that I went to. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing wrong with it, but given the amount of time that I stream, I end up doing a lot of this sort of, like, the samey type of thing. So sometimes I want to just, like, I don't know, sit with it for a bit and make a mess and see. Also, this brush is kind of fun to paint with. It's very weird and pixely, but it's giving me a nice amount of looseness, which is another thing that I really struggle with sometimes in painting. So for the longest time, my go-to method was to start very, very like hard-edged, almost like a black and white value sketch where you're making shapes and values and clear distinguishing like compositional elements. But lately I've been kind of warming up to this sort of more blendy, messy, like cloud effect where you're just kind of like you're kind of teasing colors and shapes out of the canvas. And they're not really, it's a little bit more like looking up at the clouds and not knowing what you see, or like trying to find shapes. Hebe is here! You are here, Hebe! How's it going? Good morning. Good morning to you too. Like this, I'm kind of like, this could be like waves in an ocean. It could also be, the thing that pops into my head immediately is like trees or like some sort of portal. So like it could be like something, a light down here. And then we have these larger pillars, whether it's like icebergs or trees. I'm not entirely sure. Hebe says, I'm great, thanks. Doing some sketches on a big piece. Nice. What sort of piece, when you say a big piece, what sort of stuff are you... Like, is there a theme? Is it abstract? I don't always know what people are working on. But yeah, I like the idea of a bright spot here, compositionally. Again, don't know what it is yet. I'm thinking I'm gonna bring in a lot of light though. So I'm probably some yellows, some warmth from above, some cools from below. So I'm gonna bring in some of these cooler colors and sort of go in sort of the middle ground here. Not the middle ground, but the middle area. And then I'm going to lean into some of this brighter stuff up top, push it towards that yellow. Just to make a nice gradient. That's also kind of how I do colors. A lot of times there will be the question of sort of how do you paint, like how do you decide colors? And a lot of it's just like simple patterns, where, things like warm to cool, light to dark, maybe starting with like in this case, yellow in my lightest area, blue, this is a hard brush to paint with, but yellow in my lightest area, bluish in my darkest area, and then there's kind of a gradient and it sort of goes through green, right? Obviously I'm doing different, I'm obviously doing different amounts, but yeah, it's kind of that general concept. And then, there's sort of that theme of like light coming from above, so it's sort of radiating down, which maybe will give some little speckles of light, to dappled light areas. And then on the ground, of course, it's cooler and less light gets there, and so I'm using literal blue, which is kind of fun. You're doing a really wide digital painting that I'm doing for some animation over. Nice. I've got a digital art exhibition. Is that what it's called? Coming up in school? I think that's a word. A digital art expedition? Oh, it does look like a cat. Look at that. We've made a cat. Look at that cat. Ain't that a cat? I don't know if that's not a very good looking cat, but that's okay. It's a cat. The bestest cat. The very best ever. Anyway. That one ear could have made it a panther or a lion. Yeah, it wasn't my best work. That's okay. It could be anything. I mean, I guess those are all kind. I see objects and blobs. Well, I mean, that's the whole point of what I'm doing right now, right? Is I'm trying to find objects. I mean, in this case, I do like a lot of trees, you know, and so I tend towards certain types of things. But it is very much objects and blobs. I mean, that's quite literally... Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. All blob cats are good blob cats. It's true. Blobcat. I thought you said bobcat. Oh, a panther or a lion. Oh, I don't know why I mixed those two messages up. A bobcat or a blobcat? That's, They need the little tufts on the ears. A blobby bobcat. Anyway. This looks like a face. I don't want there to be a face in this painting. But yeah, I think these colors are nice. But one thing I want to do more of is more negative shapes. More small shapes. More shapes in the distance. More shapes in the foreground. But yeah, I'd love to see what everybody's working on. But yeah, so you have a digital art exhibit for school. Now I'm curious, what sort of class or like what sort of education are you doing? Obviously something with digital painting or digital art if you have an art exhibit. But I'm curious. Is it like illustration? Is it, I mean, I assume if it's an art exhibit, it would be something fine art, right? Because I feel like, do you do art exhibits with illustration? I don't know, maybe you do. But I feel like in school, typically that's not. Wait, I don't know. I have no idea, actually. I don't know how school works. I don't know anything about art school, because I've never been to art school. Like, I have some ideas of art school, like, from what other people say, but there could very well be, like, a curriculum or education style that I'm completely unaware of. So in terms of how it relates to like what you're doing, I have no clue. Hydrate, thanks. Lee Kreiner says, did I show you the Phoenix line art embroidery pattern I was working on? I don't know. I didn't see it. If you did share it, I haven't seen it. Let me open up the old Discord. The old Discord, as I like to call it. I don't know why. Do I call it the old Discord? I do now. Art. I'm looking for embroidery patterns. Oh, is this the one? Wait, hold on, I need to... Ooh, this is nice. I like this. Yeah. This is great. Look at this. Oh, man, yeah, such cool patterns. I love all the little, you know, the little W patterns, the dashed patterns, the circular stuff. Those things are great. I think that's, I like doing that even just in, like, my art, right? Like, no, I don't do it much, but adding little, like, when detailing anyway, adding things like little dashes and dots and just little patterns. This brush is really hard to do that with, but basically just making, you know, making like lines or making circles or circles then lines or, you know, just shapes, you know, like this and, you know, little thingies, and maybe you go, I don't know, I'm just making shapes, you know, outline it, circles on the end, right? You're just like basically like making banners and patterns, and I don't know, it's very cool. Obviously yours is a lot, you know, more deliberate than that, but yeah, this is really cool. It's a cool thing. Is that a peacock? I don't actually know what animal that is. It doesn't quite look like a peacock. The tail feathers remind me of peacock, but the top part makes me think of like a fantasy creature of some sort. I don't know. But I don't know animals very well. So if I'm totally off, don't take that as a, you know, something against your work. That's just me not knowing my animal stuff. I have to redraw it digitally and then project it onto fabric or transfer paper. Oh, interesting. I've used transfer paper before, which is not that special, but as somebody who doesn't do a lot of traditional, it felt special for me. Hebe says, I'm studying fine art, so usually we have normal art exhibits at galleries, but for an event coming up, we're doing an exhibit in VR. Oh, that's fun. So I thought I'd train up my digital and animation skills. That's cool. I don't want to pry too much because you're probably supposed to be working on stuff and, you know, you want to use it as like a work and lurk time. But I am always curious how, like, I don't know how far you are into your schooling, but I'm always curious of, like, curriculums for different types of things. Like, I have a pretty good grasp on, as far as I know, on, like, illustration and concept art curriculums. I don't feel like I have a great grasp on fine art curriculums. Like, and sometimes I feel like it's almost like a different I mean, it is kind of a I mean, it's still art, but it's like a different profession entirely, where, like, I'm not even sure what you learn. Like, obviously you learn stuff, but I'm just not entirely sure what that is, because sometimes it feels so different in sort of like what I'm like. I don't know how I'm trying to articulate this, but basically I just don't know anything about fine art programs, and so I'm always curious. So if you like what sort of, like, what are the beginning classes in a fine art course? Because, like, typically a lot of it, I mean, I think it depends on the course, right? Aren't some courses more, like, still do sort of fundamentals first approach, and then others are more, like, conceptual, where, not concept art, but, like, conceptual art, meaning, like, almost like coming up with the idea and diving into it and asking the questions, almost like I think there are some courses that almost get into, like, philosophy, like almost like art philosophy, and how to I don't know for sure, but it's always interesting, because, like, almost everybody who interacts here on Twitch tends to be in, like, the illustration side of things, right? Illustration, animation, you know, very sort of like fundamentals type thing. But then occasionally there's, like, people who have gone to school for conceptual art. Think, like, well, I guess it's a subset of fine art. I don't really know. I don't know how it works. I'm clueless. It honestly is like I don't know, it feels very weird to me. Or very foreign. Not weird. Just not used to it, I should say. But anyway, here's something. A forest. A dark forest with some green. Some swooshy trees. Very standard. Maybe there's a boat sailing. Maybe there's not a boat sailing through. Maybe there's little bits of... Maybe there's little bits of green poking through. My course is pretty loose and hands-off, but the main courses in year 1 was painting, acrylic, oil, and watercolor. Okay, so like a broad sketching, ceramic, sculpture, drawing. Okay, so that's like a touching on all these different mediums. Okay. So like, when you do those things, is the goal to just, like, have experienced using art, like different mediums, or are you learning like any specific thing? Like when you do, let's say, sketching or life drawing or watercolor, is it more just like, here are things that are watercolor specific, or is it like getting familiar, or is it more like, we're going to teach you sort of fundamental stuff, or is that already assumed that you know that stuff and you're sort of just like... Like, I don't know how to word, sorry, I don't know how to word this because it's like, I don't know how to ask what I don't know how to ask, you know? Like, if you do something like ceramics, are they, like, what is the goal? Because, like, obviously you're not going to be, like, a master ceramics person, right? Like, after part of a course in a year, right? Like, so is it more of just, I assume it's an introduction to the medium, right? So, like, general process, um, and so you just have hands-on experience maybe. So, like, then if you want, you can incorporate it into other projects later. I could see that being a thing, right? So, like, if let's say you had a project end of one of your, second year, or end of second year, end of third year, and like you're kind of set loose. You have to do your own thing, but then you can use any medium, and now you have some experience with all of the mediums. So like you can really like, it's not like you have to go and self learn it. Obviously, there's going to be more learning, but a lot of it is like, okay, I can at least approach using ceramics, right? And maybe I know enough of like how to use the school's kiln, and so I can fire them up or whatever, and like rather than being dangerous. And so like I could see that being useful. So like get familiar with all this stuff so you can in year 2 know what stuff you enjoyed and how to do them. Gotcha. A tree portal? Maybe. Yeah, maybe a tree portal. Yeah, let's do a tree portal. I mean, it wasn't really going to be a portal, but yeah, let's make it a tree portal. Okay, that makes sense. So now I'm just thinking, like, if I compare this to like a fundamentals first kind of thing, like it does make it hard for students to like discover what they want to do, and like, so much of art is that, right? And so it does seem super useful to go that route. But I also feel like, depending on who you are, you could be like, I learned about a lot of stuff, but like I could try all these things on my own, but like I didn't really learn like depth, right? Like learning wide versus deep, right? Are you learning a breadth of things, or one thing really, really deep that then you can like use those things you learned and apply them to other things? Because I always felt like one of the reasons I think I got into art after college, and as opposed to like before, is because I already had some sort of depth of knowledge in a field, even though it was unart related. But it was enough to make me like confident that if I needed to learn something, I could learn it, right? Like I didn't know anything about it, but I kind of understood that process, where I feel like just having learned a lot, you still might feel like, well, okay, now I want to get better at ceramics, but how do I do that? Like, I know enough, like I know the intro, and I could pick it up as a hobby kind of, but like the deeper knowledge might still not know how to do that because maybe you've never done that. I assume you eventually get to that though. But also maybe not, like I guess it's different schools and different things for different people. Because like I know with some art, right, you learn it one thing like super in-depth drawing, but they don't ever even touch on like other mediums. So like maybe you're a little timid and don't feel comfortable branching out because you've never even dipped your toes in. And so like that's where that education that you're describing would come in really handy, it seems like, because then you've sort of warmed up to all these things and it's easy for you to jump in now. So it feels like you would want both in theory, but it's hard because that's just like a crap ton of time. And like, and if your education is supposed to last, 4 years or so, that's a tough one, because in some ways it's almost like two separate, yeah, I mean, it basically is two separate degrees. But yeah, this is kind of a swirly tree. Just adding some weird shapes. I kind of wanted to make it feel like it's almost being warped a little. Maybe I'll add like a... Oh, this is Void Brush's brush. Well, it's my brush now. Haha, I've stolen it. But this is the Void Brush brush. But I think most classes here are very in-depth, so it doesn't leave a lot to be desired. Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. That's good, though. Now, do I want this to feel like there's a film over it? Or do I want it to just feel like it's light in the back? I don't know. Yeah, I always thought it'd be cool. Like, now that I like art and that I do a lot of it, I feel like it would be cool to go and just, like, enroll in a bunch of classes. Obviously, I don't have the money, and also I'm in the US, so money. But it would be cool to just enroll in a bunch of classes and, like, just get a big breadth of knowledge. Because, like, you never really... Like, yeah, taking college courses and stuff. I don't know, that'd be cool. I don't know if I'll ever go back to college. I mean, I don't... You know, certainly wouldn't be for a degree. It would just be to, like, gain new skills and knowledge, but... Yeah, I don't know. It definitely seems useful, though. To learn from people who really know their stuff. Depending on the degree in school, a degree can kind of be a scam. Yeah, I mean, I think with art, the degree itself doesn't really matter. I think in a lot of art, I mean, networking is arguably the far more important part of the university experience than the degree. And everybody's gonna need, presumably, the skills if you're gonna get hired. As far as my understanding goes, it's like, if you have the skills, you can get hired, but also knowing people is gonna be a huge leg up. So, like, networking and skills. And, like, you can technically get skills on your own, but the networking, well, technically you can get that on your own too, but I feel like at least the university experience forces you into the networking thing, right? Like, you have to interact, you know people. If you're friendly and you do stuff, then, like, you know, they're kind of, that can be a huge thing. Also, like, the teachers themselves, like, I know when I was in school, I think I was a little, I don't know if I, like, maybe I'm still not mature, but maybe I matured slowly or something. I don't know exactly, but it never even occurred to me that, like, one day you might be working amongst your teachers, or you might be their bosses, or, like, because, like, once you're out of high school, the age it doesn't matter, right? Like, it's like, it doesn't matter if you're a working professional at 50 or a working professional at 25, because it's ultimate, especially in an art thing where it's like, it's going to be your skills, and also, like, you might be that 50-year-old's boss because they might be an animator and you might be an art director, or who knows, right? Like, it's not like, oh, you're 2 years older, you're 2 years advanced further in this very linear path. Like, that's not how it works. And I don't think that I've really connected that in college. And so it wasn't really, my main goal was to, like, I don't know, like, be all, like, buddy with, like, everybody, right? I was just like, oh, I'm just gonna learn the thing. And I obviously have friends and stuff from college, but it's not, like, it didn't really even occur to me that, like, people within my own field of, like, that the sort of the importance of the networking element. And again, I don't work in the field that I studied in, so that's kind of irrelevant. But, like, it wasn't even a thought that crossed my mind, so I could see other people who are doing, like, art careers not realizing the importance of that. And, like, in some ways, that might be the most important thing. Maybe? I mean, I'm not one to speak on what the most important thing of a schooling I've never had, but yeah, I don't know. It's just it's very interesting because like it didn't really click. A lot of the stuff didn't click until after the fact. And just having a community to create is really fulfilling. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's definitely that part, right? Is the like the fulfilling part, and you know, I kind of feel bad in some ways because it's hard to talk about. Like I think in an ideal world, right? That's the conversation we'd be having. Is like, oh, I found my passion. I've learned skills and met friends, and like I'm pursuing a thing that gives me more meaning in my life. Like that's super important, but the conversation, at least, you know, almost always turns into like, is it gonna be good for your career? Is it gonna make you money? You know, like that's the stuff we end up talking about, which is important because it like you have to survive and you have to pay your bills, and you know, if you're gonna be having to do all that stuff and making money, then you probably want to be doing it with the thing that you studied. But like maybe not. Maybe you don't need to. I don't know. But then if you have to spend a bunch of money to do it, it's like that kind of implies it's an investment. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't imply that. Zumolo, how's it going? Okay, anyway, here's one little thumbnail. It's kind of fun. It's also not a whole lot to it. Let's do some more. I kind of like this brush. It's not a great sketching brush because it's so loose, but it is nice for color mixing. And it's also nice for... What is it nice for? It's just fun. It's a fun brush to use. I like the texture. Yeah, the texture is nice. Cozy forest vibe. Yeah, the Fozzy forest vibe. No, yeah, the cozy forest vibe. Definitely nice. Okay. Let's see. I should probably head to class now. Talk to y'all later on Discord. Take care. And yeah, next on Saturday, we are doing a sketch exchange. If you want to join, you're more than welcome to. Everybody's welcome to join. We start 1 hour into stream, so whatever time it is now for you on Saturday is pretty much... so yeah, we're basically going to start this time on Saturday. But I'll still be streaming at the same time I normally do. That'll give people an hour to show up, if you'd like. If you'd like to join, that is. You will need to be here, because I don't really want people to sign up and not be here. That's not good for the event. But yeah, that's on this coming Saturday. If anybody wants to join, it's a sketch exchange. Basically, you come to stream with an idea of here. Let me give a. Gee, I'm glad you asked, Zumelo. Let me give you a rundown of what this is. I'll read the thing because trying to do this improv style is hard. Okay. So, in Discord, I just opened up a sketch exchange thing. It says, okay, this is, so basically it's happening Saturday, January 17th at 12 p.m. on stream. This is your local time, so for me it's 12 p.m., but basically in 15 minutes. But this on Saturday. Okay, actually, no, I'll just go through the who, what, where, when, why, how. Okay, so what is it? It's a sketch exchange. So everybody will submit a prompt, an idea that somebody else will then end up sketching. But we don't know who is sketching whose until the event starts. Then I randomize them all. You will get somebody else's prompt, and somebody else will get your prompt, and then during stream, you will sketch that idea. So if you've ever done like Anthony Wheeler's Chaotic Drawalong, it's sort of like that, but instead of everybody doing the same prompt, you're doing one person's prompt. And it's random, and they don't know that you're sketching it for them. Or, it's not really for them, it's kind of for yourself, but you're sketching someone else's prompt. And then, yeah, you just spend, during the stream, you just spend some time. You don't need to spend a lot of time. It's pretty chill and casual. The only requirement is that because of the way that I randomize them, you will have to be in Discord to get the prompt. And that's also where we share it when we're done. So yeah, that's basically it. It's pretty chill. It's supposed to be very casual, but it's also kind of a challenge. I mean, it's hard to get a random idea on the fly and be like, go, you know, and then you have to sketch the thing and try to make it not suck, and then you feel like you need to share it because that's kind of what we're doing. And then it's like, it can be a little bit nerve-wracking, and so I don't, you know, like, I guess if you're prepared for a challenge, but also it's a lot of fun. We've done a lot of these in the past. Here, I can give you an example of some of the ones we've done in the past. So this will be the sign-up channel, but it's not open yet. I think you can see it, but you can't type in here. Some of the previous ones we did, like last December, or not December, October. I don't know, I said December. Last October, so this was the sign-up channel for October. Everybody typed in their prompts down here. So, you know, like Lady of the Lake, somebody said Mad Scientist, a witch and a wolf. You know, this one is an everyday household item possessed by a spirit, right? These are all like kind of spooky things. My prompt was a costume dance party. And so kind of, you know, you get to pick the costumes. Just a ton of different ones. And then people started drawing. And then after we randomized them, and these were all of the things people sketched. And so you have like cursed ghosts of soldiers. So boats, you know, boats with ghosts in there. A family of mice carving a pumpkin. And so we basically have all these prompts, you know, different people brewing potions and stuff, or a witch. This is one of my favorites. It's so good. But yeah, basically you have all these, and yeah. This is the one I sketched. It was a ghost playing dress up. This was my... But anyway, so yeah, basically just a ton of art by different people, all different skill levels, random prompts, all very different. A lot of fun. A lot of fun. And yeah. But we're doing that, but the theme is going to be New Year's themed. So instead of Halloween-y themes, it's New Year's-y themes. But anyway, everybody's welcome to join. And I don't... The main thing is that it's not like a big... You know, we're not making masterpieces over here. Just a couple, you know, anywhere from 30 minutes maybe invested to an hour to 3 hours. I don't really want people to spend more than like 3 hours. You know, preferably during stream. Because once we take it off stream, people start feeling compelled to like invest a ton of time and stress about it, making it perfect. The goal is to make it not perfect, or to, yeah. Well, the goal isn't to make it not perfect, but the goal is just not, we're not trying to make them perfect. How do I get the prompts assigned to people? So I have a bot in Discord. It's called Secret Santa Bot. It's somewhere in my Discord. I don't know. It's somewhere in here. Also, was I not on the right screen when I was sharing off the images? I don't know if I was. Oops. But anyway, I have a bot in Discord called the Secret Santa Bot, and I just use it. So I select all the names from the sign-up channel. So like, this is why I put the little check mark, because I go through and I select all the names of the people who entered, and then it'll DM everybody. So it's just an automated system. It's an automated system. All I have to do is select the people who joined, who want to join, which is why I've made a separate channel for it, so that I can see it, and then it sends it out. So it's basically, it's a Secret Santa thing, and I just enter everybody who's entering, and you'll get a name of a person. And then you'll cross-reference the name with their prompt. So if you get my name, you would just go up here, you'd see the prompt say, oh, costume dance party. And then you would find, you know, you would, like, yeah, you would draw a costume dance party. So it's basically that. It's random. We're not selecting. There's no, I don't even know who will be drawing for me, right? And I don't get to choose who I'm drawing for or anything. It's all everybody's in the same boat. So it's a lot of fun. I think it's a pretty good system. It's a little clunky on my end to do it, because I have to like manually find everybody from my server list, which there's a lot of people in there, and so it can be a little tedious to get started, and it sometimes takes like 5 to 10 minutes for me to select all the names, but that's not a big deal. It goes quick enough. It's always a way for like last minute people to kind of hop in and sign up. But yeah, everybody's welcome to join. Obviously, there's no, you know, it's free. The only thing you have to pay is your time, I guess, to actually do the thing. And join the Discord. But then you can promptly leave the Discord if you want. You do not have to stay in the Discord. You do have to be in there, though, while the event is... Or not while the event, but like before the event starts, you need to be in there if you want to join. Because again, that is how I message everybody randomly, is with the Discord bot. But yeah, no, that was a good question, because I didn't really talk about that. I didn't mention that stuff because it's not really that important for like what other people have to do. Like, you don't really have to do anything other than sign up, and then all of that happens on my end. But it is nice to know. Sometimes I'm afraid of making the channel too wordy. I want to keep this thing kind of short and sweet so that you can see it easily, you can read it, it's not like you're going to miss details. It's basically just, you know, the bold part here is really what people need to know. And yeah. Let's make little houses. And by little houses, I mean, honestly, not that little. Maybe they'll be little, I don't know. With some red. These don't really look like houses, which is fine. Just making some triangular shaped roofs. Maybe there's another roof here. And then this can go here and here. Ooh, that's an option too. Something like this. Trying to make these little shapes sticking out of these pillars here. It's kind of fun. Like ice pillars or something with these little roofs sticking out of them. Maybe these are like little chunky down, like not chunky, what's the word? Like pear-shaped. Like the bigger bases at the, down here. That way I can add some of this lighting on these buildings as they sort of bump out a little bit. I think that'll be nice, I think. Okay, this is kind of like a this reminds me of like gingerbread houses a little bit. But yeah, if anyone has any questions about the sketch exchange that's happening on Saturday, do let me know. I'm happy to answer any and all questions. You can also leave... I should probably just open it up. You know what? Let's do that right now. I'm gonna open up the Discord so that people can hold on. Let me do this off screen though, because I don't want to like. I don't think that I'm leaking info to like edit channel permissions. I think people should be able to post now. Let me know if y'all can post. So I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna literally copy my prompt. This is not actually my prompt. This is a placeholder prompt. I mean, it might be my prompt, but let me know if you guys can see this channel, and if you can, let me know if you can post in it. But only post if you actually are going to sign up. I don't want spam in there. If you do have any questions, leave them in the general chat. So I'll put I know this is people don't like it, but at everyone, I've opened up the Sketch Exchange channel for Saturday's event. You can, if you have any questions, ask them in this channel. Ask them. You can't see the first message? Okay, okay, good. Thank you for letting me know. Hashtag sketch event 2026 New Year. I spelled channel wrong. Okay, sorry if that's a big spam. Okay, now let's see here. So let me just do this then. So you can't see this then. What if I edit it? Can you like... It's weird that you can't see this. Save, delete. Okay, you should be able to see that then. And then here, I will just go... There. Okay. There we go. So I don't think this is... Is this still local to your time? I don't know if my format thing... Because this should be local to your time, but because I copy and pasted, I don't know if it retained it. We just don't have permission for viewing message history. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Oh, so I probably do need to turn that on, right? Because if that way other people can viewing history. There we go. Your local time works? Great. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, so the channel's open. It's... Again, I was a little hesitant to open it today, but that's fine. We can do it. That way people can... I think it's pretty clear it'll be for next Saturday. But again, if there's anything that's unclear or any confusion, I'm happy to answer questions. Okay, this is a very strange brush, but it is fun to use. Okay, where's the light coming from? We don't really have a light source, do we? What about this way? mean, that's kind of weird. Light's only coming from that. That's actually not bad, though. And then from here, we can go there. Here. I'm trying to do very, very loose and blobby here. A little bit different of a way of working for me. Kinda, sorta, not really. Maybe it's not that different. But the color palette is strange. It's very bright. Although it feels very bright. Maybe it isn't actually. A weird house shape right there. Let's just make it like that. Hydrate, thanks. Thanks for the hydrate. More tea? I just dumped my tea on my face. I tried to drink it too fast. I literally just poured tea on myself. Okay, yeah. I'm trying to drink more tea when people actually recommend drinking tea or suggest it, because I've been really bad about ignoring the messages. Also, Skittle, what are you up to right now? Are you getting ready for stream? I don't know what... Actually, do you get ready for stream? Like, or do you just more or less like, all right, stream time, and then you turn on stream? I don't actually know. I'm sure you've answered that question many a times. But now I'm curious. And even a more wild question would be, do you ever, like, pre-plan, like, stream conversations? Like, think about what you're gonna talk about? I feel like the answer is probably no on that one, but I've thought about it. I've done a little bit of it. Like, there will be things I'm like, oh, this is interesting. Maybe I should make a point of bringing this up. I don't normally do it, but, like, I like it because it does make stream go easier when I have, like, some sort of topics that I want to cover. But generally, it's just me going with the flow. But I am curious, like, on a, you know, scale of, like, how try-hard are you? You're usually late to your own stream in, like, 5 or so minutes, because you get distracted. I definitely don't pre-plan any topics and stuff. Okay. I'm just curious, because I'm like, you know, there are, like, I was in a stream, and it kind of, it's not an art stream, so you're probably aware. Okay, so there's some people who play game streams, and I haven't been in this person's stream, but I was for a while because it was pretty funny. But it was more of a novelty for me. But it was a guy who was doing like a voice changer stream and like playing Call of Duty or some shooter game that I've never played and honestly didn't care anything about. But basically, he would be chatting with people using like a voice changer, and basically just under the guise of like a little kid saying stupid things. But he made it like, he pointed out that like he was preparing material of like things to say, like, because he has to like come up with like stupid jokes that like a kid would tell, you know? And like, so he was literally writing jokes like pre-stream and like trying out new content as when he's in his persona. I'm like, that's actually really smart. Like he's coming to stream with like some prepared material that he can like try out and see if it gets a laugh, and like he's treating it as like a stand-up routine kind of, but like the other people aren't in on it, kind of. I don't know. It was sort of, it's I think it's a lot of fun, and I'm like, you know what, that's actually really smart to like pre-write like bits, kind of. For comedy stuff like that, you got it. Yeah, and it's super smart. I mean, obviously it doesn't apply to this, right? Because I'm doing art and I'm not a comedy act. But it's just like there's no reason that you can't do some sort of prep in other way, you know, like whether it's like you know, if you're gonna do a demo or something, right? It would make sense that like you've done some pre-planning. Obviously you want it to be a genuine demo, but like you don't want it to be so winging it that like it's a disaster. You know what I mean? Like there's gotta be some sort of planning. I mean, not gotta be, but like, because I don't typically plan at all, but there have been times where I've thought about like, you know, I don't know, like, let's say, I'm trying to think now, when was the last time I like thought about what I was going to talk? I guess like if there's like current events going on and like I want to brush up on like what is happening or like what the news is up current, you know, up to date on a thing, so that if I do talk about it, I'm like aware of the current state of the situation, the kind of thing. So there is some of that. But yeah, generally like planning art and stuff I don't do. I imagine some people might prep just for the sake of sparing their anxiety a bit. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's fine. I'm a little on the fence of like, you know, demoing type stuff and like, this is my process, and it not actually being my process because I pre-planned it. So like I think in some case the best educational I think is to show the messy side of things, but at the same time, like if you're, it's a tricky situation I think. Like when I was on Casey's stream, I actually didn't do any planning whatsoever, but in hindsight, maybe I should have browsed the location a bit, known what I was gonna paint. You know, we were doing a Google Street View you know, plein air painting. Maybe I should have planned what I was going to paint ahead of time so that I don't have to spend the stream looking for a location to paint. But then again, I could then talk about what I'm looking for as I look, right? And so it's kind of like there's value from both of them. Because I think a lot of time you see so much planning done off stream that it doesn't, you actually, okay, I'm thinking too fast here. I think there is a thing that happens sometimes where people, myself included, will not know, like, well, we take certain things for granted. And so like maybe someone who does all the prepping off stream doesn't realize that none of their audience knows how to do that preparation work. And they've just always done it. And so it's like not a big deal, but they don't feel like they need to mention it. But like that's important stuff they shouldn't have left out. But sometimes maybe it is okay to leave that stuff out. And it's like, it's hard to know. It's hard to know what you shouldn't plan and what you should. You can over plan so the stream doesn't feel organic. Oh, totally. Yeah, you can definitely do it poorly. But I think, I don't know, like I've thought about this, and this isn't a thing I've done because I'm terrible with writing things down, but writing things down that would make good for good stream topics, so that if I'm ever like find myself rambling too long about one thing, I can kind of shift gears and be like, glance at my notepad and be like, oh, there's this other thing I think would be important to mention, right? Kind of like the event that we're doing on Saturday that everybody's welcome to join. Hi, Strum Eagle. And so yeah, it's like reminding myself to mention it, that hey, there is a sketch exchange on Saturday. Anyway, that's a bad segue to that notification. But we are doing a sketch exchange on Saturday. Everyone is welcome. Same time as normal. If you're here in stream, you know, literally same time. We'll be starting about this time, 1 hour into stream. The channel is open though on Discord. We do have an open channel. Anyone can join now, I think. Hopefully you can type in here. I don't actually know if it's fully open, but anyway, it's in Discord. Okay, that's all. And yes, people that chat can completely change. The people that chat can completely change the conversation. True, yeah. Even Bob Ross planned out their art before each episode. I think he had 1 to 3 pre-recordings versions of each art, so they could do it fast for the recording. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? Especially for TV. You've got to make sure you can do it in 30 minutes. And so having a trial run makes a lot of sense. Which, again, is, you know, that's like the movie magic part that it kind of rubs me the wrong way in some aspects, because, you know, people are like, oh, he could do these things just straight up, you know, paint them all every day, you know, in 30 minutes. It's like, Yeah, but he did do a lot of planning, and maybe he did some sketches and doodles at home the night before or the week before, and you know, trying a new technique where he starts with black instead of white, or maybe he does the tape around the thingy. Like he had to plan these, and like it'd be cool to see that process, right? I know that's not what Bob Ross's stream was about, but it would be neat to see like what planning goes into it, because some people I think get the impression that like artists just sit down and make a nice piece of art. Now sometimes they do, right? Like I'd like to think that if I make nice art, it happens more or less instantly in front of you. But there's also like a lot of random sketches and ugly stuff that doesn't look good, right? I don't know. So there's definitely a level of like subtle misleading people, but I mean, I don't. It's not malicious, right? It's done for a good reason. It's done to save time or to communicate a different message without, getting bogged down in some other nonsense that you didn't think is important. But at the same time, it also is, just happens to be a little misleading because, yeah. So it's tricky. I don't know. But I've definitely thought about, like, I do want to actually start writing down interesting things, or, like, even sketch ideas of, like, what I could sketch. Maybe things that I've thought about ahead of time, like, just an idea to have to paint. Not what the painting is going to look like, but what is the idea itself, right? And maybe think a little bit about them so that I have some start of an idea. Maybe it's a first take. Maybe it's not, nothing actually drawn, but you can still think about a thing. Anyway, I don't know. But I could see it could definitely ruin that organic feel of stream. Although a skill that is definitely good to work on is like your improv skills. I mean, not that I think of myself as like an improv comedy sketch. I definitely am not funny, but there is an element of like managing chat and reading comments and doing things, doing one thing while thinking about other things, and and so like that's always, I think, a thing in theory a streamer can get better at. I don't feel like I've gotten better at it, but I think I could in some way. I think I could get better at that. It actually has been a while since I've done any like stream update type stuff, like overlays and alerts and emotes and bells and whistles, and how I set up my stream so that I can read things better. I thought about getting like a second or third or I have a second monitor, but a third monitor so that I have where my camera is. So let's say my camera is here, and then this is my monitor, right? I've thought about getting a monitor for chat, like a smaller monitor or something right here for chat. And then I'd still have my second monitor over here. But that way, when I'm looking up at chat, I'm looking right here, right? That way, whoops, I just bumped my mic. That way, like, I'm looking towards camera and not always looking off to the side. Like, that could be useful. And that's just, like, a tiny little thing. That has nothing to do with pre-planning, by the way. That's just, like, setting up stream. But, like, my actual physical layout, like, haven't fiddled with this stuff in a long time. And I feel like I should, at least a little bit. At least I think it would be useful. Hello there, Iron Matt. How's it going? Howdy, howdy. Hope you're doing well today. Let's paint a desert. A desert. Maybe. Unless it turns into something else. Very blue and orange. Speaking of which, Skittle, I think I already said it, but I really liked your art today. which he may not even be here. He might, I don't even know when you start streaming on these days, because I'm always alive. I should know this by now. But Skittle does a lot of like orange and purple, or purple and yellow, or gold and orange, that kind of thing, right? Orange, gold, and like the complementary, beautiful color palettes. His latest piece is great, very sunsetty vibes, and yeah, that's, I don't know why, but whenever I reach for like the primary colors, like the purple and purple, blue, and yellow, or purple, blue, and orange, or any of those combos, I always think of Skittle's work because he leans hard into that. But then again, so do I. But I don't know why. I always just like my brain flashes to Skittle's work. It is gorgeous, by the way. Work and listening, nice. Okay, I do want this white light, but I also don't want... What do I not want? I don't want it to be overwhelming. There, I kind of like this. Some fun lighting. It's a little intense, but it's nice. I think it's nice, anyway. I spent a little longer on this one than my others. So it better be nice, right? That's at least what I tell myself. Which isn't always the case, by the way. A lot of times when you spend a lot of time on something, it does not turn better. In fact, I actually find, because again, I don't want to sound egotistical here, but because I think I have some basic skills of like composition and values and stuff, oftentimes I find that because of that, the longer it takes me is actually a sign that's gonna like not be good, because if it's taking me longer to make something even work, there's probably going to be a lot of like fiddling around and messing with it. It's never going to quite feel right. Whereas if it clicks and it works well right from the start, it's probably a sign that like the foundational stuff is there from the start. And so it's more likely that the stuff that, if a composition works out quickly, that like it's going to be a solid one. It's going to be solid, right? If I'm just constantly fussing around and, you know, like doing little changes here and there, trying to get it just right, it's going to take me longer and it's not going to be as good. That's what I've found, at least from stream. But that being said, there are things that I think are okay to fuss around with, and it still doesn't mean it's going to be bad or anything. Like this, moving shapes downward or upward. I'm doing this for a very specific reason. I want this little hierarchy of shapes. I don't know if this is a good idea, but I want to try it. There, something like that, maybe? Is that better? Whoops. I don't know, I'm on the wrong layer now. Whoops. Single layer. No undo. Rip in peace. Rip and pepperonis art. Oh, that's okay. I'll make a new layer now, though. I might have actually ruined this a little. No, I don't think I ruined it. There. Maybe something like that. But yeah, I'm curious about you guys. When you work on a piece for a long time, do you find that you tend to enjoy it better than the pieces that you do quickly? Or are you like me where you see this pattern emerge that like it actually seems to be almost the opposite? That's not to say that not spending long on a piece is going to make better work, but that the pieces that you feel compelled to work on less end up being better. So like it reaches a state where you're like, this is good. Like it still has to meet the criteria of finished work, right? I'm not saying that like a 10-minute sketch is going to be better than a 5-hour render, right? It's because for me it's like if I have 2 finished pieces of work, the one that took less is going to look better. Assuming they're both to my standard, right? Of like this is done. Because if I feel compelled to spend say 80 hours on it, clearly something wasn't like it took that long to reach that state. So to me it's like it clearly had some issues. Like all things being equal. You said no. Okay, so you don't experience that. Interesting. Yeah, I mean maybe I'm unique in this. I don't know. I suspect I can't possibly be unique in this though. You tend to love the quick pieces? Okay. Cuz I'm similar. All of my favorite pieces have been tend to be more. I mean, here let's do this. I want to show you guys something. I'm gonna go through my Instagram because I didn't do this at the start of the new year. I don't think. Maybe I did. Of all this stuff that I made. Okay, so this piece, one stream, literally no extra. Well, technically I did work on it after stream, but I really like this piece. It was a 1 stream painting, more or less. This also 1 stream. This was technically from a reference though, directly from like direct reference, so it's kind of not the same. I'm trying to think like this one I really liked, and it more or less was done after the first stream. Whereas like this one I worked an extra day on. This one I spent a really long time on. I do like this one, but this is so different that I can't really judge it because the level of finish was different than the rest, like for reasons. But like these two, for example, I really liked both of these. And they were 1-day stream paintings. I don't even know if I ever touched them again. And then some I worked more on, like this one, and I like it, but it doesn't feel better. It just feels different. It's slightly more complex. There's slightly more stuff happening, but I really like the simplicity of these two. Okay, maybe Instagram wasn't a good example because a lot of these are like, they're all things that I deemed worthy of uploading. But like this one I worked more on. Actually, these two I worked quite a bit on. I don't know. Maybe I'm not even correct in my own assessment. There is something charming, though, when a sketch or when a painting comes together and you feel like you don't need to work more on it because it's good enough already. Whereas, like, these, I wasn't happy with, like, this stage. It felt like it needed that refinement, right? Whereas my other paintings, they would have been done at this stage. And, of course, ignore any metrics like likes and stuff because that's all irrelevant because all of my older work, that was just a different time when things were getting likes. But like this painting, I think I worked on an extra stream and it was okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just know that some of my all-time favorites were the quick pieces, like the frog painting. I was a big fan of the frog. I don't even know if I have it posted anywhere. Did I ever repost it? I think I did. This one. This is one of my all-time favorites. And I spent maybe an hour and a half on it. It was super quick. I knocked that out quite quickly. And it's one of my favorites. I think a lot of it's just because it's simple. It's simple and it has a character, honestly. It's mostly environment, but here's a little character. And I think a lot of times the paintings... This was another one I really liked. It was just literally a car. But a lot of these I felt like I toiled on for a while, and I wasn't really a fan of how they ended up. I don't know. I guess it's hard to know when I'm looking at Instagram because A lot of these are one stream paintings, which is also maybe why they made it here. And it's like a combination of all of it. But yeah, anyway. Skill says, I definitely have the issue where I will spend longer on something to fix issue with it, but I enjoy the tedious rendering stuff anyway, so I like the quick, long pieces equally. Gotcha. Do you find, though, that when you have to, like, toil away on something to fix the issues, that do you feel like you succeed in fixing them, like, more often than not? Or do you find... Because, like, sometimes if the painting doesn't have those issues, right, you're not going to have to spend the time fixing them, and so surely those paintings would go quicker? Or do you feel like it pays off for you when you spend all that time fixing the issues and you get it, and you're like, that made it even better than had it been like an easier painting? I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of on the fence with this. I don't really know where I stand. Because I like, my gut tells me that it's the quick stuff that I tend to like the most, but then even looking back, it's like, well, a lot of the ones that I am most proud of actually aren't the quick ones. It's the ones I did spend a long time rendering. But maybe that's also like different yardstick kind of thing. Like I have to compare finished work to finished work, right? I can't compare finished work to one stream sketches, right? I need to actually like... But because most of this finished work on my Instagram, for example, is still just like a few days, right? But then there's the pieces that are like, you know, a week or 2 weeks. And it's like, okay, well those I don't actually like that much. I don't know. It's hard. It's so hard to like judge anything, even your own work. Okay, Zumela says, I feel like I get too lost in your own thoughts and I spend too much time on it and I change my mind and what I want to look like real quick, so end up not finishing it. Oh, that's a good point too. It's funny, I didn't even think about that, but yeah, I have a lot of work that I spent tons of time on that I never have posted because I was like, oh, I'll get back to it, and then I lose interest and I kept changing my mind. But I would group that into like, clearly it's a painting I'm not super proud of, right? I spent a ton of time, never finished it, and honestly don't feel that compelled to because it never got there. It never got to a point where I'm like, this is great, or this is good enough. And so it's I don't know, I struggle with this. It's a tricky topic because it's really hard to judge. Skittle says, I usually find something to learn from it either way. Yeah, I mean, that's the important thing, right? Is you find a takeaway so that even if you didn't like the outcome, you're still like, that was a time worth spent. Yeah. I think that's something I think I've done. I had a pretty good idea of doing. Or I have a pretty good habit of doing where like, even my paintings, I mean, this happens a lot on stream because I do a lot of like one-off paintings, and a lot of times I just feel like everything I made in a certain day, like, oh, this random Wednesday, everything sucked, you know? I don't stream Wednesdays, but if I did, you know, this Thursday, everything sucked. Everything I did, terrible. But like, that doesn't mean I'm upset or unhappy. Like, I'm still like, oh, I learned a lot. I'm glad I tried those things. I pushed myself and I grew. So yeah, definitely not getting down on myself for making bad art, but it still is interesting to like try to understand when do I make the good stuff and when do I make the not good stuff. And it seems to be that there's like a sweet spot of like things come together pretty quickly, but I still invest time to like add additional details and story elements. I think like the cat painting, or no, not the cat painting. I think my orc painting is the best example of this. So there are some things I could have spent longer on, and I got kind of lazy with it. But this painting, if you just look at the sketch, I thought it looked cool, and so I went ahead with it. Even at this stage, I'm like, I could have almost called it finished, but the difference between this and that is me adding additional, you know, little adjustments, but also like adding some rocks. And then the last stage, there's just like there's a path in here. There's even like an extra, no, is there an extra character? No, the character was in there earlier. But like, Like, this stage was like, you know, changing the pose of the character for story. But then once I started adding the rocks in here, there's just like a lot of little extra focal points. You know, there's some details in the foreground. It's not much, but I'm happy that I spent that time adding the little nuanced stuff. Because I think it actually made it better. But a lot of times I don't feel that way. I don't know. But like this one, you can see that it basically, the sketch never changed. And I think when the sketch changes a lot, I guess that's what I'm getting at, maybe. Is that when the sketch changed a lot, those are the ones I don't like the most. Like this one was actually pretty okay. It mostly stayed the same. I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to find something deeper here than there actually is. So I may make it look better, I may not, but what I learned to do or not do for future me, yeah. Looking back, my fave piece is one I actually spent a long time on. Okay. Yeah. It's tricky, because also, like, there's also this factor of, like, if I really like a piece, I also might, in theory, want to spend more time on it. But sometimes I want to spend more time on a piece because it sucks and I need to fix it, you know? And so it's like, it kind of depends on what were the factors at play. But I do feel like if over enough pieces, there are trends. And I do have a hunch that like, all things being equal, a quicker piece that came together quicker tends to just like work. Whereas one that maybe took a while and I had to fuss over it, it might not work quite as much. But it can still, I can like it for different reasons. Also, that's another factor, is like, me liking a piece more doesn't necessarily mean it's better. It just could mean that I have an emotional connection to it because I learned stuff and it was the first thing I tried that, you know, of this new technique that was a success and it's good, you know, that makes me happy and so I'm proud of it. But like, that's different than thinking it's my strongest image, you know? I think I also just like pieces where they come together quickly because it makes me feel good. Like, oh wow, I did good on this, you know? Good job me. And then I can pat myself on the back. But like, does that actually mean it's a good painting? Or is that just because, again, I have like a soft spot for that image? Skittle says, the first cityscape piece I ever did had so many issues and took the months to do and figure it out. But it's still one of my favorite pieces. Also filled with so many errors and issues, but it's still my fave. Yeah. That's the thing though, right? A favorite, you can have a favorite for so many reasons. This reminds me whenever people are like, what's your favorite piece? You know, who's your favorite artist? I'm like, I don't know. Like, you got artists who are amazing teachers, artists who tell amazing stories, others who just have gorgeous color work or great line work. Others are like, you know, pushing the boundaries of certain topics or something that can be inspirational. Like, there's so many reasons to like different artists, and like, I can't choose a favorite, man. But that's kind of how I feel about my own work. It's like, my favorites are not, I'm not ever judging them based on the same yardstick, so to speak, or the same ruler. Like, every piece is a favorite for different reasons. Maybe because process was so difficult and made finishing more rewarding. Yeah, I mean, learning stuff, like, some of my favorite pieces are the pieces that I learned things on, you know? It's not about, is this piece better? And this is why there's a difference between my favorite piece and the piece I think is my best piece. Which I guess is a different question that I should have asked instead. I love arts and I love artists. Nice. Yeah, I also like art and artists. Both are pretty cool. I think both are pretty cool things. Artists are some. I mean, I don't like all artists. Some artists probably suck. Some are pretty cool though. But yeah, I totally agree, Lemon Cat. Skittle says, I've been enjoying Simon Stallenhag recently. The muted and atmospheric colors and values mixed with really cool storytelling has obsessed me at the moment. Yeah, the storytelling thing is cool. It's like we're sharing this special way of experiencing the world. I mean, there definitely is a... I mean, this is where I think the analogy, and we don't need to get too deep, but this is where I think just using art as like visual communication, we're essentially speaking a language, right? That is a shared language, and it's not inherently based in English or anything. Like it's a different language altogether. So like different people who can speak it, right? And I think it's cool. I think if you view art that way, and I think it's a useful way of viewing art, we are quite literally communicating in some ways with colors and shapes and pictures. And, you know, just it's a visual language, and we can communicate this way. And so yeah, even just like coming together and like learning this new language that can feel a little bit inaccessible, maybe not inaccessible, but like it can make you feel like an outsider almost, because like you don't, if you don't know the language, it's very clear when you're speaking to someone who doesn't know the language. And so it's like, you know, anyone is welcome to learn it, but it can be difficult. It can be a struggle. There's also lots of topics that come up as a result of learning this language that aren't your normal language learning issues. Because technically other people can read your language, they just can't necessarily speak it. And so you have this weird like thing that happens. I don't know. I think it's quite interesting. So yeah, I totally agree. I think the community element is really neat in art. Yeah, Simon Stallenhag's cool. I don't like his lack of sunlight. I think dude needs to paint more sunny scenes. I know we talked about this a couple streams ago. He does have his sunny scenes occasionally, but yeah, I think I will admit though the design and narrative is almost I mean the lack of sun does contribute to it, admittedly, but also there's a lot of like the designs themselves are quite interesting, and they kind of do a lot of the work. He's not using color to wow you, which again, I love color. I like to wow, you know, wowing people with color is fine, but if you are focused on design and storytelling, you know, again, you might end up using it as a crutch and not, you know, I think it's important to be aware whether or not you're using light and color as a crutch, or whether it's actually like critical to the thing you're trying to tell. And I feel like Simon Stallenhag, because he's not, you know, he's not really using light in that way, right? He has the bleak atmosphere and the vibes going on, but he's also keeping it consistent so that all of his storytelling exists within that. It's not like this piece is supposed to be happy, so he makes it happy with lighting. This piece is supposed to be sad, so he makes it sad with lighting. No, all of his pieces have the same lighting. They're all this like drab muted color palette. So within that, whether he has like mystery or happy or whatever, it's all existing within the same thing, which is really neat. I think it's quite cool. Yeah, I think Simon Stallenhag is... I don't even know if I'm saying his name right. He's one of those artists where, like, I admire his work because of the work, but I don't really like it. Like, it's not something I would, like, put on my wall, you know? Or, not that that's what his work's meant to do. But it's not really, like, a work that I consume. I don't know. I don't really look at it, even. I hardly even engage with it. If I do, it's, like, as, like, an academic... from an academic perspective, where like I'm doing it because I think it's valuable for me to look at in the sense of like as an artist. And so I have a weird like relationship with his art, because it's not art that I really visually like am drawn to. It's funny, in some ways I think of like, I bring up Karl Kopinski quite a bit for the same reason. Karl Kopinski, I don't really like his art, but I think he's awesome, and I think his art is awesome in like how he does it and his skill, and you know, just I think there's a lot of really cool stuff about it, and I think there's a lot to learn from him. But I don't like, I don't know, I'm not really into like line drawn orcs and ogres and I don't know, it's just like it's not really my vibe, but he's super good and I can't deny that. So yeah, it is funny how that works. And this is where I think I'm pretty okay at separating like art from artists. Like well, I mean, this isn't really what I'm doing because all of them I think are, I don't know anything about Simon Stellenhag outside of his art, to be honest. And I honestly don't know anything about Karl Kopinski either, but he can do it ambidextrously. Yeah, he does. He's been practicing his ambidextrous painting. We actually just watched a video of somebody doing the ambidextrous painting or drawing with dual wielding pencils. It wasn't him though, it was a different artist talking about it, doing it to make essentially concept art of like, to start off messy and loose and allow yourself to like find stuff in the mess. I don't know if that's exactly what Karl Kopinski's goal is when he does it, but yeah, he was the first one I ever saw doing it. And it's fun. It's a fun thing to do. I think stuff like that is a good reminder that like these people are doing it because they like it, right? Nobody starts dual wielding pencils thinking that like, oh, this is the future of art, you know? They're not doing it thinking it's like, this is the process that's going to lead to the best results. It's obviously interesting, right? They obviously think it's fun and a challenge, and maybe they do find some use out of it. But like, clearly that explorative nature came first, right? It's not like you're applying to an concept art job and they're like, we see here you don't have the skill, you know, we see you have Photoshop and Krita and Blender on your resume. Are you able to dual wield pencils? And you're like, what? Like, yeah, this is a really important skill that you can dual wield pencil. No, that's not a thing anybody asks, but it should be. Actually, it shouldn't be. But it is funny that to think like, yeah, obviously none of these people did it because it was a skill they needed. It's more just like it's cool and it's fun, and they probably, yeah, they had fun doing it, I'm sure. But yeah, speaking of the dual wield thing, where like they have two pencils in each, one pencil in each hand, and they're drawing at the same time. The video we watched, they were using their left hand as a way, because they were right hand dominant, so they were using their non-dominant hand as a way to like kind of these light gestural lines and scribbles, and then their right hand was like teasing out some of the shapes. And it was kind of a way to introduce chaos into the mix. So like, you know, first, here, let's get rid of this. I don't think I can really sketch with my left hand because I can't even pick a color, for example. But like, if I'm trying to, God, this is so weird. I just unselected my brush. Hold on, gotta switch back. Like if I wanted to make a smiley face, I can't even like, this is my left hand. It's hard, right? But like, the shape is so like primitive that like, you know, let's give him some, oh, right? The shape is so primitive that like, I can't do any, you know, if I want to do like a gestural line. Also, I can't control brush size, so it's kind of bad, but it looks like a child's drawing. Anyway, and then, but if you're trying to do like loose stuff though, like gestural things, right? You get all these weird, like I didn't mean to make this line. I just tried to make this shape. but my hand didn't go far enough over here first, so it made this line. And like, yeah, there could be shapes here that you tease out that are more interesting than you might have made otherwise. To me, it feels a lot like using a brush you've never used before. That has like random variation in it. You know, so it's like, oh, I didn't know I was gonna make this dark shape. Or, you know, maybe there's these weird, like this is a weird brush where like it fans out here, right? And like, oh, that's kind of an interesting shape. Maybe I can work with that kind of, you know? And it's kind of this messiness that allows you to like find stuff in that chaos. And I think that's something, I just think that's something that's quite valuable for like play, right? And that's the thing, it's like play. You got to remember to play, and whether it's painting with your non-dominant hand or using a medium that you've never used. If you stick to doing it, you'll realize you have to focus on stuff that normally happens subconsciously. Yeah, exactly. And then, yeah, and it's a way to rethink about, it's like hitting the reset button on what you know. And actually, this is, I think, is one of the best arguments for like taking a break from art for a long time, like a couple months or something. And I have a story with video games in this that I've told before, but let me read your other comment. I think doing it with your non-dominant hand is a nice exercise. The idea of that things kind of have to happen differently in your brain. You're focused more on the location of the stroke and not so much on stroke quality. Yeah, I think I think hitting that reset button also is, yeah, it does make you focus on things. And yeah, sometimes you realize that like the way you were doing things weren't the only way you had to do them. And yeah, it is definitely good. But this reminds me a little bit of like back when I played League of Legends. I just started playing Teamfight Tactics again, by the way, which is technically League of Legends, kind of. But, or maybe it's technically not. I don't know, but it's similar. It's in the same client. But anyway, I started, back when I played League of Legends, I was pretty okay for a while. I'd like to think I was pretty good, but there were points where like I feel like I would stagnate, and occasionally I would just quit. But I had all this knowledge of like, you know, game concepts, right? Like, you know, when do you do a certain thing? When is the optimal time to push? When is the optimal time to like to make yourself unseen? And like, when do you group up in certain times? Like basically all the conceptual and theory stuff, right? That all stayed in my brain. But so when I quit, the only thing I really lost was like the mechanical feel of things, maybe little habits that I had of like my patterns of how I move my character. But it was like, is all the pattern stuff. The actual theory was still there. So when I went back to it, I'm like, okay, now I have to like think through everything I'm doing. And at first it was a little rough, right? You come back to a game you haven't played in a long time, but then quickly you realize that you can kind of focus on like from the ground up, right? The stuff that you know to be true, you focus on that. All the rest, some of it you'll fall back into habits, but a lot of it you'll develop new habits that were even better. And it was kind of just like a nice reset. And it always seemed to result in like, you know, a couple months later, I end up doing even better than I ever, you know, my new highest peak rating after I took a, you know, 2 or 3 month break. You know, obviously there was initial like getting back into the swing of things, but it just seemed like a really good habit to do is like quit for a bit, you know, but again, I don't think it has to be quitting. It could also be like, yeah, playing with your non-dominant hand or painting with your non-dominant hand. I think those are totally valid ways of doing it. So yeah, anyway, that was, it's kind of along the same lines, I think. Because yeah, it does force yourself to think about it differently. It's like, I know how to draw a sphere. Now I can just focus on doing the thing I know how to do, but I don't have to like, I'm not just doing a pattern, right? But I actually have to think about how to do it. Well, not a sphere. Spheres are circles from all angles, by the way. Although, kind of not. Like, I know spheres are circles from all angles in a two-dimensional sense, but like how you draw the sphere, you can definitely draw like, oh, looking up at the sphere versus, you know, looking down at the sphere, right? And like the side that you can see is important anyway. So to me, spheres don't feel like they're the same from all sides, even though like objectively spheres are the same. Like a sphere is a sphere from all sides. But the contours for me help so much to like understand it, you know? And it's just kind of funny to me that like even in spheres which are two-dimensional, or you know, they're not two-dimensional. Spheres are three-dimensional, but the circle, yeah. Anyway, the silhouette's always the same. Maybe this will be the year 2026, the year of me dual wielding traditional paintings or drawings. Dual wield pencil year. Probably not, but it would be fun. I will say I do like accumulating stupid skills like that, like juggling and, you know, like just little tiny skills that are not like back when I was a kid. So do you guys know those things that are like I guess drumming is one of these things where like there's sort of like these motions that you can do, like, you know, rub your stomach and pat your head, right? Or moving one hand this way and the other hand this way, right? They're going in different directions. These are things that are not easy to do if you've never tried them, right? You might be like, "Oh, I can do this," right? This is easy. But then you try it and pretty soon you start going the same direction. I've always enjoyed those things. They're like little like stupid skills that nobody like actually ever needs. Like little coordination skills and stuff. I've always enjoyed those things. Yeah. Anyway, and I feel like the painting with both hands at the same time. This painting is annoyingly beautiful. No, sorry for annoying. No, thanks. I know that's a compliment. Thank you. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do to it. I think I want to add like do I want to make a building? I don't think I want to just put trees in the foreground. What's happening in the foreground? What about this? What if we are... There was a time I practiced picking up stuff with your feet. Yes, exactly, stuff like that. That's what I'm talking about. It's silly, it's useless. Maybe it's not useless. Who knows, actually? You never know when a skill might come in handy. You know, maybe someday you'll be glad that you have some prerequisite foot picking up skills. But no, that stuff's exactly what I'm talking about. And yeah, there was a time where like I loved that stuff, and it still has an appeal to me. Like weird skills that I don't know. They're not really that weird. They're just skills that most people don't use, but like the natural progression of them is still pretty extreme. Like I always think of like the progression of like, you know, crawling to walking to running to jumping and doing a turn and then a flip and now eventually gymnastics. And like, you know, most people, if you've only were just learning to walk as an adult or something, you wouldn't even be comprehending all the things you in theory could do with your feet, right? Like it's just not a thing that you think about. And like there's no like, people can do crazy things when you push a skill more and more, and like, okay, now you're picking things up with your feet, now you're juggling things with your feet, and now you're like doing weird tricks and stuff, and it's like, okay, like who knows where this is gonna lead. Maybe there's a skill out there that is super useful that you need both your feet and your hands at the same time, and you know, like it's hard to pick up because most people aren't that good with their feet. Anyway, I don't know where I'm going with this other than to say it's just fun. I think just learning new stupid skills is fun in its own right. Doesn't have to serve a greater purpose.
But yeah, I'm glad you like this painting. I'm quite pleased with it myself. I'm trying to make this like a wall or something. Very, very loose wall because I'm using this big chunky brush. Where's the promised cat? Ooh, that's a good question. Maybe on the wall. I don't know if I promised it in this painting. Sploogey. I don't know what that word means, but super sploogey. The colors are super sploogey. That doesn't sound good. That sounds like a bad thing. I'm assuming you're complimenting it, but I don't know. I'm glad you like that. I don't really know what that means. I'm almost afraid to ask, but you know what? That's okay. You like what you like. No, it's good? Okay. I'm happy. I'm happy for you. I don't know. I don't know. That's something. You don't know what it means either, but it's good? Okay. Good to know. I'm not sure I like the direction this is going, but I do kind of. The splooge is googe. Yeah. Amazing. The English language has a lot of funny words like funky, mushy, gooey, and of course, sploogey. Yeah, I guess. It does have a lot of weird words. That's a good point. Okay, what am I doing? So I wanted to extend this instead of just putting in a foreground here in this area and then putting like things in the front, which I do a lot, like in this and in this, right? I wanted to extend that off the page, and so that's what I'm doing. Extending these shapes off the page. Maybe this one, we can put some trees or something in here. Down here. Or like looking at over a cliff or something. No, I don't think I like the blue up there. I don't know what I'm doing up in the top, by the way. I think I like this. Overall, it's quite nice. Yeah, I'm not sure I like this bottom area. Maybe it needs more. I don't know if it needs more dark or what. If I get too dark, it's gonna look funky. Why do I think these colors look more expressionistic while I don't think like that about blue and red painting? Because there's more subtlety. I don't know. These are just in your face, and these are subtle. I'm using a lot of grays. Probably. That's probably what I would say. Also, the line, to be fair, also the brushstrokes are way more expressionistic, right? And so it's hard. Sometimes it's hard. Like you might get your brush shapes, or not your brush shapes, but like your mark making itself can feel more expression-y. So like if I add some stuff like this, you might feel like this one also has quite a bit of life to it. So not the brush itself, but the choices I'm making with the brushes, right? Like the way I'm blending, the way I'm doing stuff. So, but I do think colors play a big part. I mean, this one does have grays in it, right? I have a lot of grays in here. Maybe I add more. I don't know. So yeah, but also like, yeah, there's also lower contrast, which I do want to up, by the way. So I'm trying to bring in some carefully selected colors. This one might be a little bit lighter. Yeah, I'm trying to bring in just some carefully selected highlight areas. This brush, by the way, is a brush from Zillustrator, aka Zilly. He sometimes streams on Twitch. I don't think he has lately, but he does a lot of really amazing work. He's done some work for Magic the Gathering. He's done some work for lots of things, but he's just very, very good. And he's awesome. He's a really cool dude, from what I could tell. And I wish he would stream more on Twitch. But anyway, he made these brushes a long while ago, and I download them. I very rarely use them, but then, well, most of them I never used. I don't know if I ever used this one until today, but yeah, his brushes are great, and they're very expressionistic, very expression-y. Definitely worth checking out. I gotta head out soon, but I finished sketching the wide piece I mentioned. If you want to see it, oh, I would love to see it. You wasn't sure if sharing art's all right. Yes, sharing art is absolutely all right. Please do. I'd love to see what you're working on. I'd love to see. Big fan of people sharing. You can drop a link here, or you can do it in Discord. Whatever suits your fancy. There is no requirement one way or the other. You can drop a link straight in here. By the way, are you interested in joining the Sketch Exchange on Saturday? Obviously, you don't have to commit or anything right now, but it is open today to sign up. I don't even know if the channel's working at the moment, but yeah. Ooh, this is what we need back here. Little bits of yellow where like the trees are catching some of this light. That's what we need. What is a Sketch Exchange? A Sketch Exchange is an event that I am hosting on Saturday during stream. We'll start 1 hour into stream. To join, you basically think of a sketch prompt idea, and then to enter, you will put it into a Discord channel like this one, which has just been opened up. So I don't think anyone's wrote anything in here. I don't even know if you're able to yet. But basically, you will, just like in this, you will enter a prompt. And then everybody, and then I use a bot to shuffle them up and randomize them. and then you'll receive a DM with someone else's prompt idea, and then you will sketch the prompt that the person whose name was chosen for you, or randomized for you. And so it's just basically people coming together and doing like a random sketch prompt that someone else is choosing, based on a theme. So this particular one was based on October, so it was like Halloween themed. But the one that we're gonna do on Saturday is New Year themed. So New Year themed. Let me know if you guys can. I don't even know if you guys can type in here. Maybe you can't. You don't have permission to post. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Apparently people do have permission to post. So yeah, basically it's that. It's in Discord. I'm gonna do it during stream. We'll start 1 hour in to give people plenty of time to think of a prompt, and make their way in. Obviously, again, I just opened it, so no one's even signed up yet, but that's fine. We will get signed up. We normally have about 30 people or so. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a good challenge. It's difficult. It's not like, I mean, it is a ton of fun, but it's difficult because you're sketching things that you wouldn't normally sketch. And so it's a little bit getting out of your comfort zone. Also just having fun. And there's always like the curiosity thing, like, ooh, I wonder what the person's how they're gonna interpret this. You know, there's always like a little bit of mystery. Maybe this, hold on. Maybe there's a person sitting. Eating a sandwich. Just chilling on the side with their lunch. And a cat. We gotta have a cat. I said I was gonna put a cat in here. This doesn't look like a... Oh, wait. Cat can be laying down. This doesn't look like a cat, but that's okay. It's a blob. This brush can't get any more, like, high detail than this. Cat achieved. Yep, we've done the cat. Anyway. And let's do one. Oh, it's already one. Oh, okay. Let's pick a thumbnail to work on I mean, no, I'm not even going to vote. We're just going to work on number 4. Number 4 is obviously the one we're working on. Like, I don't think it's even a contest. So unfortunately, I'm not going to give you guys a room to vote. This is not a democracy today. Yeah, we're going to work on this one. Okay, let's just save this, though. Or actually, before I do that, let's do this. Uh-oh. There. I'm fumbling around here. Trying to move this up here. One thing that I want to be careful of is not to get rid of the top, because I think the top is important, maybe. I'm just cleaning this up so that I can post it in Discord. I like to archive all of my sketches. So I have a channel called Thumbnail Archive, and that is where I am gonna just post this. That way I can see all the stuff that I've done. There we go. Now in Discord, Thumbnail Archive. There we go. So yeah, if anybody's not in Discord and wants to join Discord, there is the link. I will also put this on YouTube if anyone is lurking and would like to join. But basically, yeah, I do have all the place where all my past work is hosted. All the things that we do on stream. And all the things that result of them are from them. And, yeah. But also, the Sketch Exchange will be here. Yeah, so this will be the place. I'm still curious. Maybe I didn't make it so people can join. I don't know. Not worried about it. We'll look back later. Okay. Also, it's kind of early. It's like still Thursday, right? Normally people sign up like Friday night. Okay, let's do this. Let's copy this painting. Oh, not that. Keep that. Let's copy this painting. So first I'm gonna crop it. Then I'm gonna stretch it. Ah, Commissar Skull, welcome in. Welcome in, Commissar Skull. How are you? How's your stream? What were you working on? Welcome in, Raiders. So for those who don't know, go follow Commissar Skull. He's great. Does good art and also just a good chill vibes from the very few times I've been in your stream. But we were in voice chat that one time, briefly, and you seemed like a cool dude. So I think you're a cool dude. Go follow Commissar Skull. Art tax. Share what you were working on. I want to know. I was practicing the for the mentorship, but my shoulders is killing me. Oh no. Your shoulder's killing you. That's not good. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope your shoulder... Is it just from drawing? Too much drawing? Too much art. Wait, what did I just do? Oh no. What did I do? Did I just save over last stream's painting? I might have just saved over last stream's painting. I don't know if I can undo that. I kind of did something. Something that I didn't intend to do. Okay, whatever. This will work. I do have it saved. I mean, we have last stream's painting in here. And I've already uploaded it. Places, kind of. I hate summer. Wait. And my body lets me know it. Summer? Wait, are you on the other side of the planet? On the down under? Are you... It's summer for you. Okay, that makes sense. Is that how that works? It still breaks my brain. Oh, this is cool. I like this. Look at this art. Yeah, down under. Okay. Look at this. Look. Nice composition, that pointing with the dark foreground. It's got an army charging, that storytelling. Look at that. Argentina, gotcha. I like this a lot. This is very cool. Yeah, I really like the work you've been doing. And this is for the mentorship with DZ Kawa, right? I believe you said. Or Z Kawa. I don't know. How do you say her name? Do you pronounce the D in her name? Or do you just say Z Kawa? I think Skittle says her name differently than I say it. And I'm pretty sure he's probably more right than I am. So I'm going to go with what Skittle says, but I never know. But yeah, okay. So this painting, it started out very low resolution. And now I'm going to just come in here and maybe I should get some references. I haven't used references up to this point. I could do the social media thing where I'm like, no references used, and just not use references. But I feel like at this stage, it's starting to be something, and I kind of can understand where my references, like my knowledge leads me. But I don't know, there's little shapes and stuff that I don't know much about, and how I might do some architectural stuff. So just having some architectural references could help. But I don't know. Yeah, I gotta look up, because I don't really know where this... I gotta find some stuff. People say Dizzy. Yep. I say Dizzy, but people say Easy. I don't know what the difference is. Z or D? Anyway. Okay. I need references for domed buildings. Like St. Paul's Cathedral. Isn't that the one? No, it's not. I mean, the U.S. Capitol building has a dome, but I don't really want to paint that at the moment. Or really ever. But probably good. Yeah. With all the stuff going on, I'm not sure I'm feeling the United States Capitol building. But you never know. You know, a reference is a reference. Yes, okay, St. Paul's Cathedral does look like this. That. Kind of has that vibe. A little bit. Okay. Let's see. More domed buildings. Ooh. I found an image of St. Paul's Cathedral from a nice low angle. No. Dang it. Where is it? Here's one. A nice low angle of St. Paul's Cathedral here. So that I can see. Although this is not very high resolution. Hold on, maybe this... Why is this such a bad... This is better, I think. No, that's bad too. Is this better? Oh, there we go. Just so I can see how it's like put together, right? Like some of these shapes. I don't need the exact details, but just how does it turn in from a round shape to square? You know what I mean? Les Invalides Cathedral in France has gold dome. Okay, let's take a look. St. Peter. I don't think I want to go St. Peter's Basilica style. That has more like this shape, as far as I know. I don't know what you call it. Like more like a... I don't want it to look like garlic, right? The St. Peter's, a lot of that's like garlic topped, right? Like it looks like a garlic sprout. Oh, this one's a good example. I like this one. Look at that. That's a good suggestion. Look at that one. It has the gold. It has nice shape. This is actually closer to what I'm doing. In fact, the relative spacing here is pretty similar. So like this is a great reference. Good suggestion. Oh, St. Peter. Oh, I am thinking of the what thing in Moscow. Isn't that St. Peter's? St. Petersburg? Or maybe that's a different place. I think I am thinking of the Russian building. That St. Basil's Cathedral is the thing in Moscow? Okay. Wait, what am I thinking? What's St. Peter's Basilica then? Hold on. I don't know what this is. Let me Google it. Yeah, I was thinking of the Russian one. That looked like the garlic spires. Oh, I already have this one. Isn't that what I was... That's literally the same one? Isn't that this one? I think that I already had that one. St. Peter's. I think that's the one I already had. If not, it looks extremely similar. Honestly, at this point, they all look the same. Which is probably good. No, maybe not. I honestly can't tell the difference. No, maybe this one is different. Hold on. We've got... Let me click it. St. Peter's Basilica. That's not what I wanted. Come on, image thingy. There we go. It's a different one. They look similar. Gotcha. You haven't looked at Hebe's artist here yet. No, I haven't. Sorry. I'm bad. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Is it in Discord? Hold on. Sorry, I've got confused. Hey, Joe, I threw the link in the piece higher up in chat. All right, let's take a look. Oh, there it is. Oh, I like it. Hebe, this is amazing. Sorry, I did not mean to ignore you. I got all distracted. I'm blaming Commissar Skull. They raided in. Anyway. Ooh, I like this. This is super nice. Look at this. Look at the nice separation of shapes. All that that juicy overlap with clear attention to detail to not do tangents. When people talk about tangents, this is exactly what you should do. Notice how like this shape back here is not connecting with the corners. It's like overlapping. All the shapes are connecting in the forms. Very, very clear. Super good looking. I really like it. This looks awesome. Also, you got the mushrooms and the rocks and the... Yeah. I like this a lot. Really, really good. Thank you for sharing. Very cool shapes. Yeah, very nice shapes and very well thought out and organized. Like, you can tell... Because, like, a lot of times when people do, like, really, like... Not messy. I was gonna say messy. When you have a lot of shapes in one image, it's very easy for them to like have awkward tangents and weird like connecting areas and stuff. But yours is so good. Okay, but that image, what was the one that you said, Commissar Skull? You said, not the Kremlin, the less Invalides Cathedral. Wait, what is the... Now I'm curious. What is the Russian building that I'm thinking of? Because it does look nice. It just isn't what I'm looking for. I think it's St. Petersburg Cathedral is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, that's the one. St. Petersburg Cathedral. It's the one that looks like... it has garlic on top of it. This one. Actually, I think the other one, this also looks like a Disney princess castle. Hold on, what's the other one? Is it the Kremlin? Not the Kremlin. What is? I don't even know what that looks like. What is that? Hold on. No, that's not it. Okay, that's not what I was looking for. Temple of the Fallen Gods. Oh no! This is the Temple of the Fallen Gods. The Kremlin is very colorful. Okay. Gotcha. Anyway. Let's paint. And the one... I need to write this down because this is the main reference I'm using. So I'm going to copy paste this. Les Invalides. I don't think I'm saying that right. Okay. And that was the gold-plated one that looked really, really good. This one. Yeah, that's a really good reference. Hello, Slide That Show. All right. Hey, Kath, how's it going? In French, you don't read the S at the end? Okay, I knew that.
I forgot. It's lait. Yeah, that's true. I knew that. I knew that. That's like classic French thing. Kath, how are you? Kath, are you gonna join the thing tomorrow? The event? Everyone is welcome. I think you might be busy though. I don't remember. I also don't know if people can even post in the event channel. I just opened it up today. We're a few days early, but that is okay. Okay, we're gonna try to figure out how to paint some architectural stuff. And not a lot, just a little. I'm feeling a bit down, but it's all right. I'm super excited for the event, but it's the day after tomorrow, right? Yes, the day after tomorrow, on Saturday. Oh no, I'm sorry you're feeling down. I think last time you came in here, you said that you were terrible, and then I asked why, and you said it's because of your fiasco with the embroidery. Is this another one of those situations? An embroidery disaster? I hope not. I hope there's no embroidery mishaps. Speaking of embroidery, somebody shared an embroidery pattern they were working on today, which was very cool. But yeah, I'm trying to make this not too, like, I don't know. I don't just want to draw the edges, you know what I mean? It's easy to, when you're doing architecture, to end up just drawing all the edges of things. And I'm trying to, like, still have some implication of stuff, or implied shapes. No, I'm actually having troubles this time. PayPal booked a payment from my account, which I didn't issue. Now I have to deal with customer support to try to get my money back. Oh, dang. That sounds extremely annoying and not good. Dang, Kat, that sounds stressful. I hope you get it sorted out. I have only heard bad things about having to deal with PayPal's support. I've never had any issues with them, and I do use PayPal, but yeah, that sounds like a pain in the butt. I'm having hopes that it'll be resolved, but I do be annoying and stressful, yeah. I really like your painting. Thanks. I'm enjoying it. I wanted to do more architecture this year, and I'm gonna try to do more. I am doing more already. But yeah, I want to do also like very loose painting stuff. So a lot of loose brushes, very messy and blurry. And I don't want to go too, especially with stuff like this where there's a lot of detail. I want to really only put the detail that matters. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to draw every nook and cranny. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Also, should this be in shadow? Probably. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. We didn't even vote today because it was the obvious choice.
I think I'm gonna end up doing a lot less voting on thumbnails this year. Is like a 2026 thing. It's not intentional, but like a lot of the things are more like trying to sketch to a brief, you know? So like if I have a prompt or a brief that I'm trying to follow, then the voting kind of like maybe there will be some voting, but a lot of it's going to be like more goal focused. And so if the goal is met, or you know, like some things are going to do better or meet the goal better than others, whereas it's not like which idea is more fun, you know what I mean? So that's maybe a downside, but maybe not. Maybe we'll still do a lot of. Maybe we'll still do a lot of voting. We'll see. We'll see how things turn out. But yeah, I do like this stuff. They make for nice nice colors. But yeah, trying to figure out which shapes and how much do I put in each of these is a tough one. How much detail? On some level, I don't need to put a lot because it already has quite a bit, you know? Also, this probably... No, this one would work. Something like that. Maybe this is a little blurry too. We don't really need a lot over here. The background is more like empty space. Well, I think there's these trees back here. I'm putting trees, little bits of things sticking up. Like this is, we're up high, we're looking down. This character is sitting here. He's chilling down, looking over the ledge. The sunlight's hitting the background, but they're just trees. Maybe just like sparse trees. But there might be other trees or branches in the way. I don't know. Maybe we should, I might put more, what do you call it? Like light back here? I haven't really figured out how I want to do that. Like if there's dense trees, you might just see like, I mean, technically you'd see a lot of leaves, but I don't quite want to do that. Also, these characters feel a little big. And I mean, obviously the other characters are gonna need a size adjustment. Also, what was the brush I was just using? This one. No. Is this the brush? Let's see. Yeah, this is the brush. I think. You always struggle with... Yeah, it's tough. Sometimes it's not going to be super consistent. And it... I don't know. I think consistency is... It's important, but it's not my top important priority. Like, it's not the #1 thing that I care about. I think vibes is more important for me. Like, is the mood, the design maybe, if that's what I'm focused on. You know. Also with lighting, when you have, you know, a zoomed in camera, like we don't know if there's a building that's equally as big right off the screen, right? Like maybe there's a reason that there's no light in the background, right? We don't know what's off camera. We don't know if there's just more dense trees over here, right? Like, it could be the case that there's trees all around us, and like there's a reason that these trees aren't getting the light, you know? Or like, why isn't, you know, maybe there's a pillar here and this pillar's not getting light. Well, why not? Maybe it's because there's something, you know, like, we don't really know. And so lighting can be a little bit, to me, as long as the direction is accurate and consistent, you know, what's in shadow and what's not. I feel like you get a lot. Also, there could just be a cloud. I mean, this looks like it's sunset. Maybe there's just clouds in front, you know, just conveniently placed. You know, it happens. Especially if you've ever seen like scenes of like valleys in like light poking through. Like, you can get little spotlight effects with just clouds. So you never know. Again, it's a little bit. Yeah, it's not perfect, but it's not my top priority. I feel like lighting is a compositional tool you can play with. There's obviously a time for lots of accuracy. Again, if something has to be built physically, then obviously it matters. Like, I am taking a lot of liberties, obviously, with this. Like, with the lighting. Like, how is there so much bounce light back here? Well, I don't know, but it looks cool. It kind of makes it illuminated. It makes it glow, you know? Trying to put little details here. Don't know if that's going to look good or not. Where to put the details. Again, this might be too much. Do I want pillars? I don't even know. I feel like some sort of pillars would be good. Then maybe we only put the light side of the pillars. Yeah, that's not looking good. Also, it's not centered. Right? So if this is this thing, this would need to be centered on the pathway. We got a path leading there, so it would make sense that it would be in the middle of the path. And it wasn't. So that's not good. Anyway, that's fixed now, mostly. Now, do we want another path this way? Probably not. I mean, this wall is a little weird. Obviously, it's not in the original, as I did the sketch before I ever even knew this building existed. Yeah, I think that's gonna look good. So I'm gonna add some arches down here. And again, these are very, very loose because I don't want too much detail here. Lots and lots of choices. What do the base of these walls look like? They're pretty just flat. I don't think this wall's gonna look great. I don't have a really good reference for it. Kind of just making it up. I'm kind of concentrating. I shouldn't be apologizing for concentrating, but I'm kind of drawing some shapes in perspective here, or trying to. I'm kind of eyeballing the perspective because I'm just drawing like not every tile, but just some of the tiles. Kind of using my pre-existing lines as sort of a like the edge of this. And then smaller back here. And then larger up here. So this probably isn't going to be great, but the reason I'm doing this is I want to just play around with like some subtle lighting patterns in here that sort of imply that these things are squares in perspective. You know, I could have just hand painted them. Right, so it kind of looks like a cobblestone type walkway or path that kind of leads up here. Little bit of shadows in here. Gives us some ground plane to like bounce light off of if we need. This is a very, very loose brush. I mean, look at this brush. This is as soft and mushy as it can be. That's okay. I think it's good. I think it's fine for this stuff because, again, I really want to put an emphasis on like where is the detail in this painting? Is it going to be everywhere? Probably not. And so just figuring out where do I want that detail. Oh, our dude with the... Maybe he has a guitar. Sploogey. It's not I don't like that word. Sploogey. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that word, but you know what? You do you. If you like that word, go for it. Maybe this person's playing the guitar. I don't really know how to draw guitars. Don't know if I've ever drawn one in my life. But I feel like this is a change from where I left. Yeah, I changed the foreground a bit. I didn't like the way I was going in the I didn't like the direction I was going with the foreground. A lot of times when I do like a top part of my painting, right, I have like just a foreground like this. It's kind of flat. And then I'm always tempted to sort of put these pillars in front and trees, right? Oh no, that's a different painting. Tree Portal was a different sketch. But this one started off with just like a dome and then a foreground, but I added all of this basically from here downward. I changed it to like extend this thing down. Here, I can show you the sketches. That's not it. Maybe I can't. No, oh, hold on. These are the sketches. So these were what we did. Yeah, this was the Tree Portal, and then I did another sketch, which was this one, and then we did this one. And this is the one that I just kept working on. I didn't even put it up for a vote. I just went straight into the sketch because I liked where it was heading. And so I went and found some references. Some people suggested this place, which is a place, I wrote it down. Invalides Cathedral. It's not actually this cathedral. Like, I did the sketch before the reference, but now that I have the reference, I'm borrowing some elements, like this pyramid thingy, this triangle thingy, which I don't even know if I like. I might delete it. It's because it's the only place it exists. In this original one, there's a lot of straight lines, and so this other straight line here kind of works, but I don't know. So yeah, this dude's playing a guitar, just jamming on the side of the roof here. Very, very loose. This feels like I'm painting with like a stick. Like I'm using a twig and carving into like the dirt with maybe not the dirt, like on stone with charcoal or something. Like this feels the most, I don't think I've ever felt this like primitive of a way of painting before. It's like I'm literally scratching. If I want any detail, I'm literally scratching with like this scribbly brush. It feels very weird. But it kind of is giving it a look, you know? There's kind of a vibe. Also, we were talking about tangents earlier. This is kind of a tricky spot for me because now that I'm putting characters in here, I'm also trying to figure out like the width of things, like how wide is this ledge. Also, just sitting here, is there no railing? Is he not there's no railing here. He's just sitting. Not the most safe behavior. But maybe there's no like, you know, I don't know. OSHA isn't a thing. Not OSHA. What's the agency that's like safety? I mean, I know OSHA is, but that's like workplace safety. What a daredevil. I know. That's very daring. It's not very safe. He needs some sort of like, there's no like rules or regulations in terms of like how unsafe can a structure be. Maybe that is OSHA. I don't know. I'm pretty sure this would not pass any sort of building code inspection. Like they would, the people would be like, dude, you need a railing before you can have people up here. You need a railing. Please install a railing so people don't die. He's just wild like that? Yeah, for sure. Also, this person's huge compared to these people. Also, now that person has a big neck. Ooh, nice color, says Josh Stocks Chinnery. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Hi, Joe. Hi, how's it going? Yeah, I'm happy with these colors. I'm having a good one. I'm enjoying playing with a very textury brush. I'm basically scribbling with texture here. It's not it's kind of, I don't know. It's both fun but kind of not easy for me because there's a lot of like messy habits that I have that end up making these like random dark shapes within the texture that like I have to decide whether I want to get rid of or embrace. Some of them are nice. Some of them are not nice. I think this corner right here where the path meets the building needs to have a sharp edge. Are there any of them present you can zoom in on? Not really. I mean, there's nothing to zoom in on. It's just pixels. there's no more other than these. But I'm kind of trying to tease out the shapes and maybe some of the details right now. Yeah, I think this right here is a good spot to try and figure out how this light shape meets this dark shape. Oh, just hard for me. Oh, the dark spots. Yeah, so just like random stuff like this, where like I had a lighter line like this one, and then I have a yet an even lighter line, but I have random like old dark stuff, just like random spots of like weird texture or like colors and stuff that it, like most of this is pretty like all the same, right? Like this is all the same value, but sometimes when I'm sketching, I'll start with like something like this and then I'll paint over it. And so as I'm painting, I'll have like, you know, maybe I want to lighten it up. And I'll be pretty happy with the way it's going, but I'll just have like random spots like this, little like specks and flecks in there that are like, they're kind of texture, but the value of the texture, like if I wanted a darker spot, maybe I'd want it to be like this dark, you know? So not black. And so sometimes there's just like, it almost looks like little burn marks kind of. And I want those to be a little more controlled. I think I did pretty good in not having them in here. I think all of this is pretty much the values that I want. Some of these are pretty okay, even though they get a little dark, but that was kind of intentional. Mostly it's good, but just some of the stuff in here, you know, if I'm trying to do like a pathway or a tile, you know, I want to make sure that also this is not my painting, but I want to make sure that I don't have like a ton of dark stuff in here, you know? Or figuring out where do I have the dark stuff if I want it, you know? Like, do I just want it in the nooks and crannies? It happened. It's a result of me being indecisive. Indecision. Even like here, there's like a weird messy green dot, and it's like, well, do I want that there? Or is that, like, some of the texture's good, right? I do want texture, but I don't want the texture to have a wide range of contrast. You know what I mean? It's basically, I think this happens a lot in, like, you have a very fluid, yeah, this is very, I'm just jumping all over right now. Yeah, I mean, I'm making this up as I go. So I started the sketch at this stage, at the sketch, I had no references. Now I do. Somebody suggested this building and said it looked similar, and they were right. So I got this reference after the fact. But the rest of it, I'm just making it up. Like, I don't know what I'm doing really. And so yeah, I'm just kind of painting in spots. If I think something needs adjusting, I'm working on it. It's kind of an exercise also for me in detail, and like, where do I put the detail and how much. I'm obviously not making it super detailed, but like, for example, this tree, do I want it to be like a birch tree where there's little bits of dark and light, you know, pattern? So maybe I want to up the contrast in some of the texture, you know. And if I do that, maybe there's some fun opportunities to like put some additional texture down here or in here, you know, and this tree back here, maybe I want to put little light spots, you know, to kind of, maybe I don't even paint the dark spots. I just put the light spots back there. Like, that could be nice to like add that tree texture, but maybe I don't want that, you know, or maybe back here I just paint the dark spots and I leave the light spots. So it's kind of a fun exercise in figuring out how much detail do I put, how do I approach all this. Azel, how are you? Happy, I almost said Saturday, not happy Saturday. I mean, if it were Saturday, it would be a happy one, I guess, but no, happy Thursday. Hydrate, thanks. But yeah, this is a very loose brush, so it's a challenge for sure. You know, but then there's also stuff like this shape. Do I want there to be brighter along the edge? I know a lot of people, when they make their shapes, they like that little bright line, which I think I can put in here also. We love the juicy light fall off. One of the greatest shape or things to do with shapes in painting. Doing all right. I just have to finish working on the bookmarks you're making for your gran. Aw, that's super cool. Speaking of making things for other people, okay, so it is no secret that I am extremely bad at updating my ArtStation. But have you guys ever got those ArtStation scam messages where like, hi, we're emailing you and we found you via ArtStation? Well, I just got one of those. I've been replying to this person. I'm like, it's funny because whenever I get these, there's like always, like, I know it's a scam, right? I don't know for sure, but like, I know that this is how scams go, right? And so someone will randomly message you, ask you for a thing, and completely unaware of what you do, who you know, like what you've done in the past. Also, like, why would you be contacting me from ArtStation when I haven't even made a post in like a year? And like, where did you find me? Like, and so anyway, I just got contacted. So it was, and here's the big red flag, for a wedding invitation. Okay, because as a non-graphic designer, as someone who has never done anything but like landscapes, why would they be contacting me? But they're like, hi, I'd love for you to make a wedding invitation. Also, they had like an AI image. It was pretty great. I don't want to like share it because I'm waiting for the story to resolve, but they had their reference
photo for their wedding. I of course I'm engaging with them. I'm not ignoring them. I'm seeing where it goes. No, I never posted on ArtStation though. I don't think I posted on ArtStation. Anyway, no, I don't think they saw my work because I don't think they were aware that I didn't do graphic design and wedding invitations. But anyway, I was like, yeah, this is a job I'll take. But I'm like, but I am curious, what made you contact me? As, you know, I primarily do actually, no, I didn't word it this way. The way I worded it was, I was like, you know, is it safe to assume, because first of all, I'm assuming they're like 99% chance not a real person. But I'm like, is it safe to assume that you're looking for stuff similar to my previous work? I'm not even asking them to share with me what it is. I will if it makes it, depending on how far this goes. But I'm like, if you are looking for stuff similar to my previous work, you know, feel free to like let me know which ones you liked, and I'm happy to oblige. Like, I'll make a fantasy landscape for you if that's what you want. But like, I do want to point out that, like, you know, like, make sure you know, because like they're so far removed from ArtStation at this point because they've messaged me via email. So like, I don't even know if they'd be able to like, if there's, I mean, I'm assuming there's some sort of human interaction here, but so far the whole thing is just AI generated. But like, yeah, I'm just treating it as if it were a real commission and seeing how far I can take it and trying to like, look, if they want to pay me, which they said $500 for a card, for like a wedding invitation card thing, like, I'm happy to do an illustration for $500 for this. And but they seemingly have never seen what my work, and so it's very strange and just kind of hilarious. And there's obviously have all the telltale signs of like someone who's trying to, like, you know, rush time frame, making you not pay attention to things. I'm pretty sure I did just like link in my PayPal. I'm like, hey, you can send me the money, but I'm pretty sure they're just gonna send a fake email here in a bit. Maybe it's already there, being like, money has been sent, and it's not gonna really be, but it'll be for too much. I suspect it's gonna be a refund scam, but I don't know for certain. So I'm kind of I just think it's I don't know. It's like 99% sure a scam because that's just not a thing that would happen. You wouldn't just randomly find me on ArtStation and think that I'm the perfect fit for your wedding invitation. Like, first of all, how did you possibly... You didn't find me. They just spammed everybody who had these tags in their portfolio, which is like Illustrator. They didn't even bother like what they searched for automated and what they messaged don't even align. And then AI generated images, which I'm like 99% sure it's AI generated, but I'm not totally sure. They have a lot of telltale signs. They never even mentioned, they randomly threw in things like, I think you would be a great fit for my vision, or for this vision. But they never told me what the vision was, right? It's like, what does that even mean? Like, you're just like overly enthusiastic and nonsensical. Yeah. I shipped my PC once and got an overpayment scam. I was so trusted. Oh no! Yeah, overpayment scams are like so when it comes to scams from like fake commissions is what we'll call them. There tends to be like a whole slew of common method, right? Because like the method of what is the scam, right? That's always the key thing. Like, I'm like certain this person who contacted me is fake, but we haven't gotten to the scam yet, right? The scam could be, oh, because I'm overseas, and because they hinted that they're a ship captain or something stupid. Like, why? First of all, it's not important, but like, and they're like, I am a busy time constraint and I'm doing this all on my own. And like, I could go a few ways, right? The scam could be that when it comes time for them to send money, they just fake PayPal, or maybe a real PayPal, but they send too much and then they want a refund, right? That's probably the most common. Then there's the refund scam, like via check. And the idea is that you can cash a check and you'll get the money, and they'll use that as a proof that it's real, which is not right, because your bank is nice and your bank will allow funds. Like, they have like a kind of an insurance policy, not an insurance policy, but
banks allow you to take money out before the check is cleared, right? They allow you to do this so that it's quicker, it's faster turnaround, and you have access to your money, right? And that's really common because a lot of people don't know that, right? That's what gets you sometimes, because you don't know that surely if a bank would let me to take money out of my account, I must have it, right? It must be mine. Well, no, actually, because it's just like a service they offer, right? But you can get burnt by that, because then 3-4 days later, that money's like, boop, it's not in your account, and now you owe, but also you've already sent them back the money that you thought you owed them. Anyway, then there's another one. Yeah, Instagram, there's a lot on Instagram too. Then some of them are like crypto scams, where they just want to send you like, they make some ludicrous claim like, we'll pay you $15,000 in cryptocurrency. Of course, they call it like, 1 Bitcoin. We'll give you 5 Bitcoins. It's like, oh, you're $50,000, huh? Great. But they'll just throw out a random number. And then when you alert them that, oh, I don't actually use crypto, they'll say, oh, no worries, I'll help you through the process. And then they'll link you to a bogus site, or maybe a real site, but they just take all the money that you have to like pay to make cryptocurrency. Of course, don't do that. That's not how that works. And then, of course, you end up doing like a sign-up fee of like $100, but you think it's okay because you're gonna get 50,000, and then you give them $100 because you use their stupid fake platform to do your stuff or it's just like straight up you're downloading malicious software. There's different versions of that. It was a fake check and I had to close that account. Dang. Yeah, I don't think that sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, no, they're so common, and just being aware of like the types of scams is really, really important. I always sometimes when I get these and I know that they're scams, I like to just kind of follow it through as far as I can. Like I know, like here, I think what's important to know is that typically they're not after art, right? If you're an artist, your art is not the thing they're going after, right? They're going after money. They want money. Also, they're not targeting you. I mean, they are, but they're targeting everybody. They're just hoping that someone bites, right? They're throwing a lot out there, and they're hoping that someone is in the right circumstance, in the right headspace to just not realize the red flags, right? They're hoping someone is either desperate enough, or they're just, again, maybe they just had a bad week and they're just not thinking straight, or maybe they're a little too trusting on that. Whatever the case is, they're hoping that somebody will bite. They're not targeting you specifically, right? You're not like, so that's another important thing to remember. But yeah, it's both a topic I love and I hate, because it sucks that there's scammers, but I think it's fascinating how, there's a story I've told before. It happened at, in the same district that I'm in for a grocery store that I worked. We got an alert. It's funny in hindsight, but it's terrifying because the person fell for it. So a person called the store, and an employee like myself, it wasn't me, that they picked up and they said hello, and the person's like, hi, this is Bob, the manager. And I realized that when I left tonight, I didn't put money in the tills or something, or no, I didn't pay something that I had to pay. It was like, the story was like, they forgot to do this critical thing, and they might lose their job if they don't, so can you please get into the safe and get the money out, basically. And the person's like, well, I don't know the combination. They're like, well, just use an axe. It wasn't the manager, obviously, but instead of giving them the combination, they told them to break into a safe with an axe. And the employee, I don't exactly know how it happened, but the employees started doing it. They took an axe and started hacking into the safe. And they actually got in. I don't know how this happened. And I don't know if they actually paid the person in Bitcoin, because they had like a Bitcoin machine or something. But anyway, the steps that you'd have to go through to be in the stage where you're breaking into a safe with an axe and thinking,
is this the right thing to do? You know, is there something fishy going on, right? Like, but that's the thing. They don't think that because it's not like they're stupid. They're just people who think there's a major situation and they have to solve it. Maybe they feel like it's their boss asking and they have their voice and they had their name, so you got to do what the boss says. Also, like, the boss is saying that they might be fired and so they do it, and it's just like, I think it's hard. It's fascinating from like a human psychology point of view. It's fascinating just from like how people can be like socially engineered, but it's also terrifying that we're all people and like we're not that like there's not just stupid people who fall for scams. Like, I know it's easy to laugh at that and be like, oh my god, how can you be so stupid? But no, like, these are people who feel like they're in a situation where, you know, they have to act now, and anything, even acting stupidly, is going to be better than not acting at all, right? Your job's on the line, someone's life is on the line, someone needs help, and you're the one to do it. And it's like, oh, and there's sort of like a, no, I mean, I laugh too. I had this debate with a vendor at the store where they were saying like, oh, they have to be so stupid to do that. I'm like, no, like, as much as I've seen a lot of scams just from like being on the internet chronically and like talking to people, and like, it's not like, there's this misconception that only stupid people fall for scams. It's not. A lot of times it's unaware people or maybe a little naive, but it's also, there's like a tunnel vision element to it where like you're kind of so in it that you don't anyway. I think it's interesting. But yeah, no, art scams are so prevalent online. Most of them are pretty low effort. They're not targeting you. They're just like big sweeping like campaigns almost, whereas like people just send crap out and hope that someone bites. But even if you get like a slightly more but anyway, we were talking about different types of scams. But yeah, mostly it's like refund scams, fake link scams, you know, wanting you to download shady stuff. Anytime there's like someone asking you to do something, I think that the number one thing is, if you're doing art and just run a business, is that you take money in your way, right? If you say that this is how you pay me, this is how you get paid, right? Make sure you know that your methods of payment, right? If you use check, which is weird in 2026, but if you use a check, then make sure you understand how that process works. If you don't know, ask the bank, right? There's also like, or if you use PayPal, make sure you understand how PayPal works. Do some trial runs. If they say, oh, sorry, I can't use PayPal, then you have to say, sorry, come back when you can. Don't say, oh yes, I'll use your other app that you know how to use. Let me just sign up and I'll have you help me. Like, no, you don't have the customer help you. Like, the second they start shifting the script and telling you how they're going to pay you, and they're walking you through the steps, that's not how you do business, right? You do your business and you lead the way. You're the pro here, right? Like, it's your thing, you're running the show. You need to be the one leading them, like guiding them step by step. Anyway, Woe says on YouTube, says, hello, just coming in, saying that I found you recently. I love watching your VOD on YouTube. Huge inspiration for me. Thank you for the dedication, or for your dedication. Oh, thanks. Yeah, we were just talking about common types of scams with artists. I'm trying to think of other ones. Yeah, I think those are the main ones. I know if you're like an online person, like if you stream, you have to be really aware of people like snatching your voice with AI cloning types things and like making it look and sound like you, and calling up family if you get doxxed, or maybe I was a little bit lackadaisical with my info. So like maybe someone would call my mom with my voice and say, hey mom, I need money, or something, or I'm in prison, please send me money so I can get it. I don't know. I don't know what the prompt would be, but like, if it sounds like me, you know, she might believe it. Maybe there's even video proof, right? Maybe they FaceTime her and it's my face, right? That would be terrifying. But being aware of these and letting people know who could be victims of this, and being like, hey, if you ever get a message from me, like, just hang up and like text me, right? Or call me back, but like, don't call back from the number I called you from, but call me from the number in your phone, right? Or something like that. Like there are methods. Like I remember this happened with me and my brother where he randomly texted me like, hey, can I get your social security number? And I'm like, this is my brother, right? And I'm like, no, ... I'm like, and so you know what I did? I called up my brother. I didn't respond to the number. I just called him up. I'm like, hey, what's going on? He's like, oh, I'm just filling out he said, oh, I'm just filling out a, like a, you know, in case I die type of thing at work, and I need to put like my you know, the person of like, in case I die, my funds, you know, my retirement funds go somewhere or something. And he was putting me down. And so I'm like, oh, okay. And so like I did eventually give it to him, but it was like, I didn't do it over text, and I double checked. I wanted to confirm that it was him, and so I opened up my phone, went to the number I had for him, and called him, and sure enough, it was. And like you know, so like I didn't just. It sounded shady, and like that was, you know, create a password. Yeah, you could have a password for like a code word that only your friends and family know, so that if they don't know if it's you, you know, they can be like, hey, you know, give me the word or the phrase or whatever, and then if they say it, you can like, okay, I trust you or something, right? Like, and of course, do it not over text, but in person. That way, they know that, you know, there's no record of it. Anyway, this might sound extreme, but I think all of that's basically to just say it's not that extreme, because if you randomly got a text from your brother asking you for sensitive information, what would you do, right? Like, it's not a far-fetched scenario, and that, like, you don't just trust him, but like have some basic sort of, it's like a process, right? I always think of like, if you went to the grocery store and were to buy eggs or something, or it doesn't matter what it is, just buy something, right? And assuming it's a grocery store you've never been to, and let's say you get up to the checkout and you're like, oh, sorry, I can't actually pay with card or cash. Is it okay if I just take my stuff and I'll come back and pay later with some other app? And they're like, no, like, you leave your stuff and go get your money and come back and pay when you can pay, and you're going to pay with one of the methods that we take, right? Card or cash. Like, that's what they'd say. They're not going to be like, oh, yes, let me just have you, the customer, guide us through your weird way of paying that we're not used to. Like, no, that's not how you do it. You don't just trust them to like, oh, just trust me, bro, I'll pay. Like, that's the same way you should treat your business. Is like, here are my methods, and if you don't want them, you can come back when you can get it working, right? And it's just, I think that's such a, I don't know, like, I think a lot of people, especially artists who maybe you haven't ever had a commission, or maybe you haven't ever gotten people to pay, you know, or you know, you've never been in this scenario before. There's sort of like a desperation thing where like you want to take the first job that comes your way because you've never, you know, this is like a sign that you've made it, right? Like, this is a big deal, and so you feel compelled to like go along with it, but of course you don't really quite know what you're doing, and so maybe the customer takes the lead and they're like, oh, no worry, I've hired people before, you know, I'll walk you through it. No, don't let the customer walk you through how you pay or how you get paid or how you do your process. Like, it's hard to know, but just, you're better off just faking it and you guiding them in a way that isn't going to work and misleading them a little than it is for you to just like let them take the reins on how you run the show, right? And I think it's a tricky thing, but I've learned that even if you don't know if something's real or fake, as long as you have a good methodology, you just go down the route. Just say, sure, I'll take the job. Here's where you can get paid. Here's how I work. If these work for you, great. I'll start once I get paid. And then once you get paid, you know how to double check. You don't look at your email and see if it says that you've got a confirmation, but you actually go to the site itself, right? Rosie says, did we ever talk about your brush? Yeah, I'll talk about my brushes in just a moment. This is actually a different brush than I normally use. Another good example is if you ever gotten those like spam messages that are like,
you know, a fake alert that's saying like, you know, somebody on your Amazon account has charged, you know, $1,000 for a new iPhone. If this is not you, please call this number or whatever. Otherwise, ignore it. And then it's not you, it's never you because you didn't do it, but there's also no alert on your Amazon account. That you don't ever call the number, right? The number will just reconfirm what they're saying, and then they'll try to walk you through some stupid. Again, they're walking you through some stupid process that doesn't exist, so that then you can give them the correct info, like a credit card, and they can say they refund it. And guess what? You just gave away your credit card info. Instead, what you do is if it says it's from Amazon and that you've just had a purchase that wasn't yours, you go to Amazon.com and hit enter, and then you sign in the way you would normally sign in, right? You don't you don't call a number, you don't click a link in your email, you just go to their main page, the place that you have in your phone book, essentially, right? Same thing like me hanging up and calling my brother. I'm not responding to his text. I'm going the correct route that I know that I already have, right? The one we've already verified that is him. Right? And so you go to Amazon, you sign in. If there's something important, it will let you know when you sign in. It'll have a big red circle somewhere, you know, action something needed, right? We've all seen those with like your bank account saying that like you must confirm new terms, and there will be a triangle with an exclamation mark, and it'll be red, and it'll be like, oh, you know, something action needed, right? Like that will happen if there's something happening. If your bank needs stuff, just don't click the links. Don't use the phone number that they give you. Go, like, just Google it or something. Like that's a million times better than using the random link that appears in your email. Anyway, that's the end of my rant. Stay safe out there, everyone. Lots of art scams. Hey guys, there's Link. Hey Link. Yeah, it's just good to have a good methodology. I know it's, you know, everyone likes to like I don't want to say cut corners, but everyone likes to cut corners when it's like for friends and family, and like, why would I need to verify that my brother's my brother? Of course he is. We talk every day, right? But like, no, I mean, again, you don't need to for every conversation, but like, if it starts to get into like you giving away money or info that they should already have, then just, you know, start, yeah. Click the link for a bit. Yeah, don't do that. Looking for shortcuts is a human instinct. Yeah, and so when it offers you up on a golden platter and says, here's a shortcut, you're like, oh, I'm gonna take it. And then guess what? That's how you get burned. So like I have like big things that will also I think there's another one where it's like people giving them a hard time, right? On commissions. If someone gives you a hard time, that's more of a reason for you to be super strict, right? It's not time to be like, oh, I'll bend, I'll be the nice person and make this better by cutting corners or by circumventing my own process, right? Maybe my timeline doesn't work for them. Maybe my payment method doesn't work for them. Maybe something about some of the way that I work doesn't work. And they start like, before I even get paid, right? Before they even agree on what we're doing, they're already like trying to dictate how things are going. That's when I just fall straight back to my, you know, take it or leave it mentality. I'm not going to be like, oh, I guess it's fine if you pay in this other method. And, you know, I mean, maybe if you're really, really due diligent, you could do that. But like, you better know how to Google for common scams, and like, you better know how to call up a bank, cold call up your bank and ask them all the questions that are uncomfortable. And like, if you're not willing to do that kind of work, then like, definitely don't venture into unknown territory. Like, just stick to what works, stick to your process. Like, make sure it's a process that can't be exploited too easily. Anyway, okay, that's my rant about scams. Okay, the brush. Yeah, Rosie. So this brush is a brush by Zillustrator. It's not a brush by me. I don't know. I'm not. It's twitch.tv/ I think it's a Zillustrator. Let me Google. Let me make sure. I don't think I have the link anymore. Let's see. No, mostly I've been using a brush by Zach Retz.
which is, I haven't used it today, but it's this brush. It's a very nice brush, but I haven't used it much today. I've used it a little bit, but this one is by Zach Retz. You can find it on his Gumroad. It's free. It's a Photoshop brush, but you can import it into Clip Studio. And then let me go to Zillustrator's page, because I think he has his brushes and stuff there. He also has like a Gumroad. About. Let's just click on his website. I don't know if it's here. I assume it is. It's for free. Oh yeah, there's a link here. So his stuff is gorgeous. You will see. Here's his stuff. It'd be funny if he were lurking right now and saw me showing up his work. Or showing his work. But anyway, yeah, he has a bunch of stuff. It's very painterly, lots of clouds. But yeah, he has a brush link, and you can get them. I think they're free. This is the one I'm using. It's for $0. It's right on his website. It's a pay what, I think it's pay what you want. But yeah, these are the brushes I'm using. I don't know which one I'm using of these, but it's one of them. These actually might be updated. Maybe I'm using this one. These are for Clip Studio Paint, so I'm probably using these. But yeah, very nice brushes. They're great if you like painterly stuff. Yeah, no, his work is great. He does so much good stuff. He used to stream a lot, but he doesn't anymore. But yeah, so much good stuff. Very, very loose and painterly. Amazing artist. Huge inspiration. But yeah. Definitely recommend him. You're addicted to downloading new brushes? That's funny. I need to download more brushes more often because I think it's really useful to like play around with. I think it's used, like, I'm a big fan. It's no secret that I am a huge advocate of experimenting with art, you know, trying different things. I don't do it a ton, probably not as much as I should, but that's kind of my point, is a lot of times I love experimenting, but I just don't do it that often. Sometimes I stagnate and I get stuck in using my, the same brushes for a long time. And I think it's good to just get out of your comfort zone, try brushes, maybe it's the first 20 minutes of every painting, or the first sketch of the day. Maybe you just make it a habit of using a different brush, making different marks than you would normally make. And then from there, you can go back to your old habits, but at least you're forcing yourself to experiment and try and mess around a little bit. I think that's super useful. I think it's just a good habit or a good process to be in, or to have. I'm gonna make this person's face a little bit gray or orange. I don't know. Maybe red. Do you use brushes with a hard and soft edge sometimes? I mean, yeah, so like this brush is the one that... So this brush is basically all hard-edged, realistically. It's kind of soft if I just use texture, though. Like, it does have a little bit of a... It has such a smooth blending mode that, like, it can kind of turn into a soft edge brush if you're not careful. But realistically, it has a pretty hard edge. The brushes that I was using today, the Zillustrator brushes, they do have a hard and soft edge. So this brush, this is basically all soft, but you can kind of make it a hard... No, I mean, this one's pretty much all hard, soft. But no, there's kind of this hard edge, right? Like, depending on the tilt that you have, it can get a pretty hard edge, but it also can be very, very soft. Right, it has this whole range of from pinpoint line work to very soft to this. I mean, there's so much range in here. And so, yeah. But I do think, I don't know. I don't really like brushes, like chisel brushes is what you call them, right? Where like one edge is hard and then the next is soft. And it like left is hard, right is soft. Just Fiction says, I've never been one to use different brushes much since I started doing some environment studies and whatnot recently for Casey's art gym. I'm obsessed with a streaky brush I downloaded at some point and forgot about. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? I think that's how most people do it, is you find a brush that works and then you just stick with it. And, you know, there's no reason not to. But I think for me, it's kind of like a reminder to just like enjoy the simple things. To me, brushes are so easy to get, and also kind of, we were talking about this earlier today with like, you know, painting with your non-dominant hand, where sometimes it'll just make marks that are so different that force you to think about how you're using your tools a little bit, and more about like where does the mark go rather than what does it look like. And because it looks so weird, it's sort of this like, it's kind of adds some chaos to your image. It changes you to think how you do things a little bit. And I think it's just a good practice. Like it's so simple and easy to do. It's very accessible. It doesn't take a ton of energy. I just don't like really want to like forget about that, and like that is an option, and to kind of keep things fresh. Like I don't think you have to. Like I think if you find a brush that works, that's great. But I feel like for me, I owe it to myself a little bit to like just keep playing, keep trying things and having fun with it. You know, do I think it's going to make my art better? Not necessarily, but it might make me stumble in a path that I didn't know I was going to go down, right? So yeah, it's more about like the path that it makes me go, rather than is it good for my art, right? That's not really the question I'm asking. Because like I think once you find a brush that does the things you want, you're probably okay. Speaking of brushes, I should probably go back to the brush that I was using earlier. This brush. His Dropzilla says, on the other hand, it's also great to stick to your guns and max out the possibilities of what can be achieved with the resources you have. Yeah. No, you say this jokingly, I'm all about experimenting. Yeah, I mean, I think, I mean, honestly, you're not wrong, though. Like, I think you can do both, right? You can really get to know your tools well, and also keep experimenting, right? I mean, that's kind of what I'm advocating, right? I'm basically saying, look, find stuff that works and use it mostly, right? But also, like, just work in, you know, a few minutes in your process. Right? Like, find some time in your process, whether it's at the end, in between, at the start, in the middle, wherever it is, somewhere in your process, I think you should have some amount of experimentation, right? Whether it's playing, or like I like to do that with colors in the sketch phase. You know, maybe I pick random colors and I just mix them together and I blend them up and smudge them around. And this is also where I'll experiment with like a new brush, and I'll just pick random stuff. Like, oh, this is a fun brush. And I'm like, oh, look, this kind of looks like vines or something, or like caterpillars. And like maybe this will inspire me to do something that I haven't done in a while, you know, because I'm using a brush that I haven't used. And so you never really know. Like sometimes it's just a matter of playing around. Maybe you try lots of different brushes. A cat brush. We got a cat brush in here. I've never used this one in my life, but there we go. Hold on. I like that. Boom, cat. Cat brush. Look at that. Amazing. I don't know where I got this brush. Maybe there's speckle brushes and you're like, oh, this is fun. And so you put some... It's snowing. And like, who knows? Who knows where you'll end up with this, you know?
And maybe it's all gonna be stupid and you're not gonna like any of this when you're done. Yeah, maybe you won't like any of it, but again, maybe you'll also find colors. You know, I think it's good to experiment with like overlays and color dodges. Maybe you play around with like a, you know, a combination of different brushes and different layer modes to see how they interact in a weird way. And maybe you find colors and things that are just, again, are just a little unusual, maybe that you would have never done. Sorry, cat. You're getting deleted. Yeeted. But like, yeah, maybe you're like, oh, these are fun colors, and again, maybe now you learn something or you figure something out. Anyway, and then maybe it's not. Maybe it turns out terrible, and so you just quit what you're doing and deleted from existence. Yep. And maybe you don't like it at all, and you're like, okay, well, I learned those brushes suck. But maybe you do stumble on a gem, and you're like, oh, now I know there's a brush that does a thing. I think for me, the biggest part about it is like, it keeps open the possibility of that tool in my toolbox, kinda. And like, now I'm aware that like, if I need this dust color, right, this like speckle brush, I know that it exists, even if I've never used it. It can sit there in the back of my brain, right? And so maybe there will be a time where I'm like, huh, what if I added like an atmospheric effect of like these sparkles or speckles in here? Well, now I can do that because I know it's a thing that can pop into my head because it's there. It's at my fingertips. Unbelievable. I am so annoyed you can't search for brushes. You know, that is really dumb, isn't it? Why can't you search for brushes? Why isn't there a search bar that just says... There might be a way to search. I don't know how to do it if there is. I should look into that. Like speckle brush and color dodge in here. Trying to make like a path here. Kind of magical. This person's playing an instrument, and I feel like there's magic in the air. Literally. Is that too much? Too much sparkle? This piece looks fire, by the way. Love it. Thanks. I'm glad you like it. I'm enjoying it. What if I do like an overlay? Speaking of experimenting, I don't actually think I want to here. Let me go back to a brush I'm more familiar with. What if I add like a dark red? So airbrush in like a vignette kind of thing. Just a slight vignette on the side. A little bit of saturation. Anyway. And now, because we have these little sparkles around here, we can come back in here and use that as like a light source, right? So we can go, boop, we can put some thingies in here.
don't really know what I'm doing here. Because I don't know how to draw people. Maybe there's these, like, light white speckles on here. Maybe they're students. They're wearing backpacks. I mean, technically I wear a backpack when I go out and I do shopping and stuff. So, backpacks are my method of choice. Little backpacks. Maybe this person has a... Oh, we were going to put a cat here. I know we have a cat brush, but... I like that. I have a work in progress from a few days. Would you guys mind if I send a link here and you throw in some ideas on what to add to make it more interesting? Sure. I'm happy to toss out ideas. I always struggle with this, though, because a lot of times it depends on what you want to do. And if it's, like, personal work where you're not, you know, you're figuring it out as you go, it's hard. But I'm happy to take a look. Maybe this is an orange cat. So I might have gone a little overboard in this glow. Okay, let's take a look. It's pretty boring at the moment. Ooh, okay, I like this. I thought about adding grass and flowers to the spiral thing. So, okay, so I'm curious because I have questions a little bit. I mean, I think, so it looks like you tried to put some stuff like stairs or something back here, but I maybe not, I don't know. I mean, it's very dark, right? Let me read what you said. Walk across a spiral on the ceiling. So there's a moment, just a brief moment where I'm trying to, my brain has to figure out what I'm looking at. And like, I want to view it like it's a landscape, like you know, like the horizon line is here where my mouse is. Here, let me do this. Right, there's part of me that wants to view it like this is the eye line. Kind of, or not that, but like that or something. And like we're kind of going like this. Is that accurate? I don't actually, it's a little hard for me to tell what we're looking at, and like some of these things like this. It's very, there's some confusing stuff, like are these on the ground? Again, if I'm going on the assumption that like we're looking at it like this and these are on the ground, right? And they're in three-dimensional space. However you draw this, right?
Like, I feel like there's something to give that a sense. I mean, I think it's fine to have these things come this way. I like that. I do like the spirals, though. They're very cool. It reminds me of a baby ultrasound. That's probably not what he was going for, but it does. But I do wonder. It's a cave entry of some sort. Horizon line tilted for sure. Okay. Yeah, I feel like... I mean, it's really tough, right? Also, I realized I'm on the wrong layer. So I gotta do this again. Yeah, it's tough because, like, I like the spiral, right? I think that's cool. It's sort of like this wave stuff going around. It's just not super clear where the things on, like, the cave floor are and how they're being affected by the water, or is this like a, you know, a mind-bending illusion? I you know, caves are tough because it's not lit very well, right? Obviously. I mean, I'm just purely me playing around for a moment. I know it's a cave, and caves typically get very dark, but bear with me. I still want to see what'll happen. Just to help create that sense of depth in here. I'm using an airbrush here, so it's probably not great. I feel like the ground plane's the thing that I'm struggling with. Something... Because, like, this stuff is... I think this stuff's good. I like the... And then it... And then maybe some of these things back here more. But really making them connect on the ground, I feel like, could go somewhere. Oh, that's going to look like a face, isn't it? I think right now... Because see how when I'm not saying that mine is better, but... Notice how that when I flip back and forth, there's that brief moment where yours gets really, really, like, you have super darks everywhere at all stages. And I think that, to me... And again, not every environment has a ton of atmospheric perspective, but I do feel like, especially when you have lights in here... I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how to do this. Like, add some glow. If these are walls, if these are tangible walls, maybe something like that. I don't know. This is a tricky situation for sure. Also, I think I gooped that up. I don't know. Because, like, even that, I just feel like... Oop, let's merge these. Because even that, I feel like you're starting to get, like, a sense of... Like, what do you call it? I mean, again, I don't think it has to be the darkest part in the foreground. You could probably reverse it. I don't know. I'm not even sure if that's making it better, but... I think anything to strengthen that illusion that we are looking down here. Also, just, like, where these things meet the ground, putting a little bit of extra overlap in there. Not necessarily with dark black like I'm doing, but just... bring the lines down just a little bit. Obviously, some of them don't have to be, right? But that ground plane, I think, is going to help sort of situate ourselves of like, okay, we're looking into the distance. Also, it probably doesn't need to be that much light here. That rock has a lot of light. for, I mean, I assume this is water, but also if it is water, right, you could probably look into some of those effects with like the green sea foamy like backlight through it. I don't exactly know how you would approach that, but maybe there's some like, you know, light shining back here or something to kind of separate the background from the foreground. Or maybe you did you know, maybe you do it in the here where like maybe there's these bands or something. I don't know. This obviously is a totally different direction. You know, what, or maybe even like a different colored light in the foreground or something. However you want to do it. I mean, you could use contrast there. So like you get more blue as you go further back. That way this part is different than this part, right? Like you have it kind of, you're creating essentially areas that separate the depth. Again, I don't know if this is better, worse, whatever, totally off, you know, the rails, but I do think just some sort of clarity in terms of like trying to really make, I mean, you could probably even go reverse, right? You could have this the darkest and then the foreground the lightest. Like there's probably a lot of ways to do it, but I think just trying to clarify a little bit is a direction to go in. Anyway, that's my ramble. Thanks for sharing. Hopefully there's something useful there. If not, feel free to ignore anything I said, as always. That's always the caveat with anything I say. If it doesn't apply to you, disregard it. Gigantify an emote. Amazing. But yeah, no, I very much appreciate it. Thanks for sharing. I like it, by the way. I don't know if I said that, but I do genuinely like it. I think it looks great. I realize this guy is playing guitar without a second hand. Probably not the greatest thing. It's the first time I didn't use any reference at all. It's quite fun. Yeah, I mean, I think that is totally valid. And I think that's a good thing to like point out also is like, you know, if you're just winging it, right? Which again, I think is great. Because it's a really good way of figuring out like what you struggle with. And so like, for example, if you use a lot of references that have a clear sense of depth, and every time you use a reference, that depth is present, but then you don't use a reference and that depth goes away because you struggle with it, like maybe that's a good indicator. Like next time you look at references, just focus on that particular element as opposed to like maybe all the other stuff that catches your eye, right? Like that way each time you go to a reference, you kind of know what is the thing to reference, like what do you actually pay attention to. You know, references always have all the parts, right? They have values, they have color, they have design, they have, like, most references are going to have lots of things you could, in theory, focus on. And so, yeah, I just think it's actually, I love just painting without reference and seeing how far you can go. And then, yeah, it's not going to be perfect, but you'll learn stuff. You'll learn what you don't know because you'll hit a roadblock and you're like, what the heck? I mean, even like this, where like, I don't think I can do much more architecture than this. Like I got here without a reference, but I'm like, I don't know what happens under this thing. Are there bits of like, what is there? Like what's under here? I have no idea. How do these parts connect to this part? You know, I don't know. I could make it up, but that's where like references are like, okay, well, that's going to let me know how far I can go. And also people. These people are not good looking. But maybe I can fix that. Lighten them up. lighter clothes. The warm light in the foreground looks awesome. I think that'd be a neat spot to add grass, like you were saying you were thinking of doing. Little bits almost implying the interest. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that's absolutely I mean, that might even be a better solution. Doing the you know, if you want to make it feel like a cave to like into a deep abyss, you know, having a value structure that is like, you know, the opposite of what I did is absolutely a valid, you know, this sort of value structure is absolutely valid, right? You can go a long way with making this feel like you're looking into the deep depths of a hole, right? There's a cave that you're looking into. So that's totally a possibility, right? And I kind of went the other way with my example. I was like, what if you lighten this up, right? I basically said, what if you lighten this up and then darken this stuff? Which, again, I think that's also a possibility. Yeah, you were referring to the warm light I added. Exactly, but if you add the light in the foreground, though, as like a main element, you could also make the background darker. And I want to point out that like anytime I offer like composition solutions, right? There's oftentimes it depends on what you're going for, and when you don't have a distinct plan, like you can do either. Like there's no right or wrong way to make a cave, especially if the cave and has lights in the background, right? You could do something like this with like the dark stuff in the foreground. Or you could do this. Like both are gonna have cave vibes, right? Maybe this is a little too bright. Both can have cave vibes, but they're a little bit different, right? Like they're just, you know, kind of depends on what you want to do. This one might be a little bit more intriguing in some ways. It could also be a little distracting if you go too heavy-handed with the light in the foreground. You know, if you wanted to do this, you know, my incline would be to like, because this has a lot of bright lights, you'd put like a character or something, or like a focal point of like, you know, characters wandering into the dark cave, and they're still in light momentarily, but they'll also, these don't look like people, but you get the idea. Here's a whole team. It's a whole D&D group. And maybe there's like a person over here. And then of course you do have these lights, you know, you could have the lights back here. Yeah, or I mean, it doesn't have to be a person, but just like adding something that is sort of in light or stands out from the rest of the light. You know, you could go that route where, again, you can still have the same sort of motif and the same idea, and it goes into a dark cave. Or you could go this way, and maybe the detail is here. You know, I know you had like the stair thingies in your image. Maybe you want to put less detail in the foreground and more in the background. Like, I don't think there's a right or wrong way. They just kind of show different things. This makes it seem more dark and spooky. This makes it seem more like, you know, you're in a cave already, but you're, you know, as you turn the corner, there's this little bit of light poking through, right? Like, these give different experiences to me. But both of them are dark caves, you know? And so, like, again, there isn't a right or wrong solution. It's more of like, what direction do you want to push it? And I think a lot of times when people say like pushing an idea, I think this is kind of what, at least this is what I mean. Like, it's like a decision needs to be made, and you can't make that decision unless you take a stance. Like, you have to do something, and it's up to you to choose what that something is. But like, I think there's a lot of solutions. But I think right now you kind of have like some of your darkest darks is in the background and in your foreground. Some of your brightest brights are kind of in the background and in your foreground. And it's like, I'm not quite sure what to make of it, but I do like it. I like the teals in it. Anyway, fun topic. Yeah, there are. I mean, I only listed 2, but yeah, there are so many possibilities for sure. This is... Okay, can I go unhinged for a moment? Not really unhinged, but it's like... it's one of those things that I feel very passionately about. This is one of those things where the difference between like having an idea and having someone else make it for you versus making it yourself is that like you get to decide that path that you get to go, and like even if you have an idea, you're still confronted with, you know, how do I build on the idea and push, you know, that thing that the idea didn't tackle, right? Someone gives you a prompt or a sketch idea, and there's a million directions you could take it. Their idea was kind of nothing, right? It's like, oh, if like it's a starting point and it's a good starting point, but like there has to be choices to be made, and the artist is the one that makes those choices, right? And ultimately those choices matter. Anyway, this is like my AI rant in disguise. The choices matter, and if you're not the one making them, then, you know, you just end up with what you end up. But like, yeah, those choices matter is what I'm saying. But there's still objective shortcomings that can be solved with abstract solutions, like depth through contrast and also interest through story. Yeah, but for example, the depth through contrast, right? How do you want to push that depth, right? Say you're in the middle, right? If your painting looks like this, hold on. This, you need to push it. Like, okay, you have to make a choice. How do you add the contrast, right? Are you adding it to the foreground? Or are you at, you know, basically if you have a gray painting that's just grayish, right? Are you going to push it into this value structure or this one, or are you going to do something different? Maybe you want the darkest part up here. Like, yes, you might need to add contrast, but how you add the contrast is going to change. Like, you have to know where you're headed. Otherwise, you're just picking random solutions, and then your concept is never actually pushed. Right, you aren't moving it along a path. There's no like design philosophy. There's no goal in mind. You're just like taking solutions out of a box, and they're all pulling you in different directions. Right. When I think of pushing you, it's aligning all of the goals at once. Right, and it's like, let's go more that direction, instead of going all the different directions at once. Right. So like, yeah, I do think the abstract concepts, like interest through story. But yeah, like what interest do you want to add? What is the story? Like, yes, you might need, the painting might lack interest, but you have to figure out what direction are you going so that you can make that choice. It's not just like, let's add a person with a party popper in every image. Like, that's interesting, I guess, but also, does it work in every situation? Probably not. Like, that's kind of random, I guess. And just because you have an idea that solves the problem doesn't mean it's as aligned or as pushed in the direction that you want it to be as it could be, right? I think that's something that I do sometimes is, you know, I'll be like, oh, well, you know, like your painting will have a problem, and then you'll get super excited because you thought of a solution, and you're like, that's gonna solve it. And it kind of does. But like, does it solve it in the right direction? Like maybe it's like, you know, two directions. Like you want to be over here, and you find a solution that's this direction, and you're like, yes, this is so good, what a great solution. You know, I'm over here, I need to go vaguely that direction, and this one's getting me in the right spot, right? It's gonna get me closer there. But like, maybe if you look more, you can find one that's more this direction or more that direction. Maybe this is a better, you know, you're gonna end up here as opposed to here, right? Like, sometimes you find a solution and you get excited because it's better than what you had, and so you jump in it. You know, you jump to that solution. But that's not always probably the smartest thing to do, and that's where like exploring ideas and you know, anyway, I'm rambling. But it's a really hard thing though. I struggle with this a lot because, again, this gets into the territory of like, you don't know what you don't know, or like you don't know how good the idea can be because until you explore the ideas and solve the problems, right?
Like, there might be a winning chess move, so to speak, but you don't know until you spend the time to look for it. And the better you are at looking is the more likely you'll find it. But also, you might also find 3 winning moves, and one of them will be more winning than the other. And it's like, oh, I have to bump my mic again. But sometimes it really is just a matter of like, you gotta just keep looking and keep leveling up and hoping that you know, hoping that you make better choices as you get better at art. Somebody was asking, somebody was asking earlier, I don't remember who it was, about the random dark spots in my image. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Where, as I was shape carving with this texture brush, all these little dark spots are here. Some of them I might want to be there, like if I'm trying to add shadows and stuff. Or if I'm adding texture lines for like these. These stone pavers in the ground. Do you think art is harder than chess? I mean, I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know. I mean, I think they're different. I think they also require a lot of a similar... I mean, I don't know. I think maximum... No. I don't agree with that, Link. I don't think it's about comparing logic to creativity. There's absolutely creativity in chess. Chess is all about like problem solving and it's not, I think, I mean, it's not all about problem solving. Obviously there's like calculation and stuff, but there's technically some of that. No, I mean, I think, okay, so if you have 2 people and they expend maximum energy all their life towards a thing, you will both end up with the best artists of today and also the best chess players of today, right? Like, they're both essentially, as far as I'm concerned, like, humans can always improve at all of them. There's never a time where, like, a human has solved chess, right? I mean, computers have solved chess, kind of, but, well, not really even. They're still making better computers. But, like... right, you haven't solved chess, and you will never, so you can always keep improving. It'll always be difficult to make that next incremental improvement, right? If you are Magnus Carlsen, for Magnus Carlsen to get better than he currently is extremely difficult. But if you're like the best artist, right, you've spent your entire life, it's also hard for you to make like a breakthrough, right? Like at some point you're gonna be like, I'm making the best stuff of my life, right? And like the fact that none of them are solved, like if you're saying which is harder to get to like an intermediate level, I mean, honestly, I don't think either of them are that hard to get to an intermediate level. Like I think you can get the basics of both quite simply. I think there is a point though where more people probably intuitively can figure out art, like continue their progress, where I think in chess there is a point where you have to very intentionally study. I mean, I think that exists for art too. I don't know. I think I don't think you can really compare them, but I think there is the peak has never been reached in either, right? There's always more to learn in both. And the basics is very simple on both, right? I mean, they're surprisingly similar in that, like, the best is... Well, true, but I'm just talking about, like, more knowledge, more skills that you can actually apply. If you have a concept in chess that you can apply to your game that someone else can't apply to their game, there will be a situation where that skill will be relevant, and then you can take advantage of it, right? A lot of chess is just, like, having patterns and knowledge and concepts that are in your brain enough that you can actually utilize them. So there's always going to be new things you can learn, niche patterns that you can work on, openings or endgames or whatever. There's always going to be some skills you can work on, even at the highest level, or how much preparation you do. So I think it's weird because I don't think it matters to compare them in that way. But I think there's definitely a bit of like, inventing your own sort of rule book in art at some point. Obviously the fundamentals and just making an image and making it accurate, all that stuff I think is quite comparable to chess. There's obviously the like, what do I want to do with my art? And like, that's always going to evolve. And for some people that maybe it's an easy question, and for some people it's hard, and it's a lifelong journey of exploration. And I don't know. I think if you just want to get to a point where people are like, wow, you're really good, I feel like both are kind of the same trajectory or similar from my experience. I'm not amazing at chess. I have never studied it quite like I probably have with art, where like I've intentionally really tried to get better, despite literally having like art books or a chess book on my shelf. But I've never really studied chess like I have with art, so I think I'm much better at art than I am at chess. But they are, I don't know, they're surprisingly similar. I don't think one's harder than the other. I would argue chess is easier to like get your foot in the door. You can literally learn the rules in a day, and if you're comparing that to like the fundamentals of chess versus the fundamentals of art, I think art fundamentals. But again, art, like, you keep making up new rules, right? That's how it works. So, it's very similar. I don't know. Okay. I don't mean best between chess players. I meant in the context Joe was saying about a player becoming better than they are. If they are already at the top of their own game, look at Picasso. He was painting like a classic painter at 16-year-old. Then he moved to Cubism, which many claim is him being a bad artist, but that opinion is subjective. Yeah, but from Picasso's point of view... Oh, this music is way too loud. What's happening? So from the view of the artist, right? This is the... All these conversations, so often they come back to the same point. From the perspective of the artist, you know when you learn something, right? If you didn't know a fact about plants, and now you know a fact about plants, you know that you can use that in your art. To me, that's getting better at art, right? It's no longer about technical skills. It's about knowledge that you can apply. There are always things that when you learn them, you're like, I can't wait to apply that. You don't have to have actually done the art to know you just improved, right? It's like, to me, and maybe I'm different than you guys in this point, that maybe this is a thing that I think is true of art, and maybe you guys don't see it this way, but I think it's very odd. Where do you research plant stuff? There's all sorts of like any sort of university horticulture site. I know my I took some horticulture classes in university, and all of the stuff is like a lot of the info of like plant knowledge, of like plant identification and differences between them, and they kind of teach you the fundamentals of like what are the things that you pay attention to. So like I have an entire big old thick book of like different types of plants and where they like hardiness zones and what like distinguishing features between different types of plants, and like a lot of times it's like, it's to identify two different species of a plant, you have to like look at the shape of the buds on the plant. Sometimes it's the shape of the leaves, sometimes it's like there's different features, and I think you could call them like the fundamentals, the things to care about if you care about understanding things about plants. And then of course there's just like, like the botany side of things, or basically any of just like the very sciencey stuff where like this plant has a chemical in it that allows it to do this and this and or it's poisonous for this and this reason. Like that stuff probably isn't super useful, but anything to do with like form and how it grows, that makes you make choices in design and aesthetics, like if there's anything to do with like, you know, I'm designing an environment and it's a cold environment and these people need to live off the land, and just knowing about the types of plants, like having that at your fingertips already gives you like stuff to build on for your design. So, but again, my point is that literally anything you learn, there will be elements of it that you're like, that's useful. I could use that one day. Oh, you learned that when people are, you know, like different people express anger differently. Oh, that's useful. Now you can add variety when you draw angry people, and by learning how those variations, how they might look different, or, you know, what are people's common ideas of what an angry person looks like versus what do they actually look like. And maybe you want to rely on the common ideas so that you can communicate, but maybe sometimes you don't. Again, you don't have to apply it to every painting, but that knowledge is going to help you at some point. And that to me is like the analogy of like, you know, in chess, if you learn a new pattern, are you going to run into the same checkmating pattern every game? Of course not, right? There's probably checkmating patterns that I know that I will never ever use. But maybe someday, right, I can steer the game in a direction. You know, I'm at a fork in the road and I can go down this direction or this direction, and I know that this direction I have figured out, and this one's still a little wishy-washy, so I go down the route that I know, right? Like, it's just a matter of like it's making that choice. It could be some mundane thing that makes you make a choice that you wouldn't have made otherwise. To me, that's like, you know, after you've gotten down your basics, you know, you can draw stuff in perspective, you can choose, you know, you can make an image look nice, you can look at references and draw the things in them, and you can extrapolate and maybe exaggerate and push and pull, and like, you know, you have basics of color theory down. You know, that's like being at a pretty high level in chess or something. But like at a certain point, it comes down to the other stuff, right? It's not a fundamentals issue. It's a like experiencing the world and finding new things to apply and making new little tiny choices that are going to be different than your neighbors, you know, because you have an idea or a thing that you can apply differently. And I think, I don't know. So in that regard, I think they're quite similar. And they're both just endless. So it's like, I don't know. Is it hard to learn new stuff in the world? Not really. Is it hard to apply it in art? Not particularly. It takes some energy, but it's more a matter of like doing it, and yeah, I don't know. It's tough. I don't know. Either way, how to compare the two, it's too brainy for me. Yeah, I mean, I think actually trying to compare them is useless. But I do think having the conversation of like how that learning path might look, it can be quite useful. Because for me, I think a lot of people think of art as like, oh, it's just this technical skill, or it's much you know, or there's no technical skill. It's all wishy-washy, and you know, you do what you want. And there's no rules. But like, once you, I don't know. I mean, that's a whole nother topic. But I don't think that's the right way to think about it either, or it's not a useful way to think about it. Do you also, Anti-Link says, do you also come up with a completely unrelated topic sometimes and combine them? Yeah, I mean, that's a great exercise in like, in design, right? It's a super good. It's like, how do you combine you know, this dumpster, this junkyard tractor type thing with like a, you know, I don't know, a sports player, baseball player, and oh, a junkyard machine that hits balls or something, and like, you know, a DIY baseball batter or something. I don't know. Like, yeah, you come up with machines or creatures or characters or environments, you know, combining things in weird ways. And I think one of the ways that I like doing it, and I'm not great at it, and I don't do it as much as I should, but I don't know, it's less about the combining and more about like the problem solving. So you might say something like, these are underwater mineral, you know, deep underwater mineral collectors, okay? Or these are people who are like they have a mining operation, but they do it at the bottom, not underwater, but actually at the bottom of a volcano. And then you say, okay, this makes no sense. How would I design something for this to make sense? What kind of equipment would they have to have?
what might this theoretically look like? Oh, there's no material good enough? Let's invent a new material. Maybe it's some unknown crystal. And suddenly you're spitballing ideas to like, what if I encase these people in crystal and drop them into the vault? You know, like just weird things of like, you're basically creating an impossible scenario and then you're saying, I'm gonna solve it. Let's use what I know about the world, and whether it's science or complete fiction or just magic, it doesn't matter. You're basically making up a solution to a nonsensical problem. I think those are super fun, right? Like, what if dragons, I mean, this is a classic one, right? Like, what if aliens came on Earth or came to Earth and, you know, first contact, what does that look like? Who do you send? Do you send mathematicians? Do you send linguists? Do you send, you know, the military? Like, what does that interaction look like? Let's solve it. Let's try to do it in a peaceful way, right? And let's give ourselves some constraints. And then now it's just pure like thinking through what you know about the world and like, well, what would we do if we sent the military? Would they be all jumpy and would they shoot the alien before they can even like say hello? You know, are they just like, do we just want to send a bunch of scholars who maybe aren't prepared for something? Like, what do we do, right? Like they're or maybe they are prepared, right? I would lean on the scholar side personally. And of course there's a movie, Arrival, is about just that, but like thinking of a scenario and just solving it, working through it. I mean, I think I just finished the book Project Hail Mary, and that book is exactly like that. It's and I think there was even an interview. It's by Andy Weir, the guy who wrote The Martian. And I think there was an interview with him back when he wrote The Martian, and he basically said like, I just put a dude in a situation that no one's been in and just gave him problems to solve. Like, that is how that book was written. It was just solve a problem. Oh, that problem gave rise to a new problem. Turns out he's running out of food. Crap, he has to figure out how to make food. This is how he's gonna do it. Well, this is really dangerous. And what if the danger happened? How would he solve that? Right? Crap. Now this is a short-term plan, but what happens if he wants to have a long-term plan? He's gonna need to think of something else, and then he sends him on a new path, and like that has its whole host of problems. What could happen on Mars? There could be storms, there could be temperature changes, like these things are problems and he has to solve them, and then it's literally just putting two things together and solving the problem. And I think that's like probably my favorite like way, because it's very like concept, it forces you to do like concepting, right? It forces you to come up with solutions to problems. And again, you can inject magic. It doesn't have to be realistic. It doesn't have to be scientifically accurate. But this is where the more you know about plants, or the more you know about rocks, or the more you know about different types of weather phenomena, doesn't matter. All of that stuff can help you solve those types of problems. So that's why I like that kind of solution, because it's sort of like a reason to just go out and learn cool stuff. Not that I know a lot of cool stuff, but it's still a good reason to do it. And I don't know, it's fun. So yeah, that's why I always say like art to me is like a catalyst for like, it makes all of life, I mean, I don't want to get too philosophical here before the end of stream, but it just makes all of life more interesting because everything can be useful. A random human interaction you had can tell you something about, you know, the possibilities of human nature and like what people might do in a scenario. Well, now you can start like hypothesizing. You can think about, you can run yourself through these like fake mental simulations and like, maybe this isn't so unbelievable if I were to write the character in this way, because I've experienced people who react in this way. And so, like, the more you understand that stuff, it just makes you, I don't know. It's just interesting. Like, literally, I think the point is, you just never know when it's going to be useful. Like, I'm not saying that everything you learn is useful. Most of it's not going to be, but, like, you can't possibly know. And that's what makes art so fun, is that you get to send yourselves on these hypotheticals and play. It's literally a playground of fantasy and imagination. And, you know, I mean, it's kind of the reason why, like, sometimes when I paint, right, I might start with something that looks cool, and then I have to be like, okay, well, why is it the sun is shining on this, but not on the trees, right? That question was asked earlier. Well, maybe there's a building over here. So what if I expanded this image, you know, cropped the image like this, and I designed out the building that's conveniently blocking the side of this thing. And like now we understand why this is in light and this stuff isn't, right? Because there's a big old shadow being cast, you know, that's like shining over this stuff, right? Anyway, this isn't really how it's going to look, but the point that I'm making stands, which is that to me is problem solving. Sometimes it's trying to like rationalize a choice you already made. Sometimes it's, you know, scrapping it all and starting over until you find a better solution. But like there's a lot of routes to go. Anyway, I'm rambling, but I'm having fun. Love the colors. This one's so pretty. KK Mousy, thank you. And I'm really happy with this one so far. And by so far, I mean it's 30 minutes past the time when I normally end, so. Maybe we put some plants in here. I don't I do like plants in my paintings. This stuff kind of looks like plants already, so I'm just like leaning into it. And also it can be nice for like the silhouette here, or the vignette, because the plants are darker than the material. Now, do I put little details in there? Probably not. I don't think that's the right time or place for it. Maybe I want to soften this edge, and now the plant... This is another thing. I mean, this is where, like, the abstract concepts are really useful. But, like, I like to think of... Or I try to sometimes. I try to think of art in, like, a... Like, problem-solution kind of way. So, like, if I have, like, these things, they vaguely look like plants. And so, the second I decide that these are going to be, like, a ground cover, or, like, a vine that creeps up the side of the wall... I make the observation that like there's a value contrast. And so then I think, okay, what can I do with a value contrast? Oh, I can add that value to this otherwise bright corner. I can add that dark value and give myself like, what does it do? What's the function? Well, the function can be like a vignette effect. I can now use darker values in the corner here if I want. But then I can also use darker values in this corner, right? This sort of like occluded area, I can justify it because now I have this dark material to work with. And so I decided that something here did a thing, and now I can use that art concept of higher contrast to like help define the edges and the corners, right? So I can add the little bits of darkness where I want because I have a way to do that now that isn't just randomly making these hard edge lines that I don't want in my painting, because hard edge lines in like corners and stuff it can look okay, but it can also look a little bit not good. And so having another solution in your bag is nice. Anyway, that is something that I think is interesting. Thank you for the follow, Selfish Lock. I appreciate it. I don't like that these characters are super silhouette-y, but that's okay. I think we're gonna leave it like this because I'm wrapping up here and I'm a little tired, and I don't, again, maybe there's a better solution. I didn't plan them in the painting from the start, so like there isn't a good like darkness behind them or anything where like I can lighten up their pants or shirt or something. But my solution here was just adding a bit more darkness in like the cracks and stuff to make it so these characters are not so standout. Something like that, maybe. Very pastel-y looking. But yeah, I think this is a good spot to end stream. So thanks everybody for being here. I really, really appreciate it. I had a lot of fun today. We actually stayed surprisingly on topic. Very few rants. At least nothing like that I regret. Sometimes I have rants that I'm like, I don't know if that was the right choice. But anyway, I think today we stayed very much on topic. We mostly art concepts, and yeah, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I think the colors were fun. So take care, everyone. Have a good rest of your stream. Oh, I keep forgetting. Next Saturday is the event. So next stream on Saturday is a sketch exchange event. Anyone can join. Everybody is welcome. All you have to do to sign up is just come to stream with a sketch prompt idea in mind. It's gonna be like New Year's themed, so kind of New Year winter vibes. You know, it's pretty open-ended. And to sign up, you will make your way into Discord. So let me show you. I will screen share so you can see. I don't even know if I've opened a channel yet. I think I messed up the permissions. Somebody can let me know. But you basically make your way into Discord. When you pop in, you should see a introduce yourself channel or a general chat channel. I don't know which one you'll be in. But this channel should be available to you. You shouldn't have to click any buttons. Technically, if you want access to the rest of the stuff, like all the past challenges we've done, you will have to click the emoji on the welcome page, but you should be able to see this one without doing that. You should be able to see this event channel page. So all you have to do is just pop in there, type in a prompt just like I did, say my prompt is, and the dinosaurs working on their New Year's resolution or whatever you want your prompt to be, and then I will basically add you to the list, and then when we start, I will randomize all the names. That'll be done on next Saturday, so you have time to think about what you want your prompt to be, but that'll be happening on Saturday, and everybody is welcome to join. You have 0 prompt ideas? No worries, you can think of something. You got time, and we can help give you ideas on Saturday. I start 1 hour into stream, so you have a bit of, you know, it's not like you have to be prepared before stream starts. You can show up to stream and decide to join last minute. You know, basically until I randomize the names, you can still join. So no, you got time, and I'll make an announcement in Discord at some point, I think, before then.